Good evening and welcome to the May 1st, 2025 meeting of the Brookline School Committee. I'd like to start by moving the consent agenda. Do I have a second for that? Thank you, Suzanne. Any questions or discussion about the consent agenda items? And I forgot to say at the outset that there are 8 of us around the table tonight and we have Val Frias joining remotely. All right, then let's move to a vote on the consent agenda. Jesse?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
And I vote yes. The other piece of administrative business is the approval of the fiscal year 26 bus contracts extensions. We have a memo here from the Director of Operations expressing satisfaction with our current vendor for in-town and Metco bus service and proposing the renewal. So I'd like to move that as well. Do I have a second?
Andy, I'll second and just add that finance previously recommended this.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, any further discussion? All right, let's start with Val.
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. All right, this takes us to our superintendent's report. And Dr. Guillory.
Say something about the bus contracts?
Sure, go ahead,
I
Helen.
think it's really great, and Susan, thank you. I don't know if you did that particular contract, but we have always made a contract for 3 years, but then allowed for extensions in it. And this has been really a good practice, so just for people to know that. That's why we're getting a good rate right now.
All right, good evening, everyone. We have a brief superintendent's update for you tonight. First off, I want to start with our FY26 materials fee placements. There were 44 applications this school year for materials fee. 24 of those were in kindergarten, 20 were in grades 1 through 10, even though we say grades 1 through 11. The kindergarten range broke out. We had 8 Unit A teachers or staff, 8 Unit A staff members that applied. 7 of them received their first choice. 1 received their second preference. Other school employees, which would be Unit B or central administration, there was 1 application or 2 applications there. And for the town side, for kindergarten, there were a total of 6 applications. 3 of them received their first preference, second, third, and then no options listed. In each of these cases, these announcements will be going out to the staff, and they have the option of accepting or rejecting those. So these are just basically at this juncture the number of applications that were received and approved as such. So 42 applicants and 42 of them were actually placed. The 2 that weren't placed were in the 11th grade. Given the size of that cohort, we didn't want to add to that burgeoning there. So in grades 1 through 10, that's 11 Unit A applications. 6 received their first preference. 2 received their second preference, 2 received their third, and then 1 didn't have any choices listed. Other school employees, 3 received their first preference, 1 received their third, and 1 didn't have any choice listed. And then on the town side, we had 4 applications, 2 received their first choice, and 2 did not, or received their second choice. So, any questions there? Sure.
I'm just confused by the math, probably because I can't see the chart. There were 42 applications.
44 applicants.
44 applications, you accepted 42.
Yeah.
But then the numbers that you just,
42.
wait, so 40.
So there were 16 in kindergarten, total applications, Unit A, other school employees and town employees. And then in grades 1 through 10, there were 22 placements. So 16 and 22, if my math is working, is
38.
Is 38.
Yeah,
Then the 2 that were not placed.
but they were on the 44, so
Let's see. I'll double check that. Let me double check my math and I'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
But
The important part is that
let's see,
almost everybody got placed except for the two.
except for the two.
And then other times, we haven't been able to do that. So
Yeah.
I think that that's great.
I have a question.
Sure.
So first of all, I'm interested in what you just said, Helen. So that's a high rate in your experience?
No, that I don't remember. I don't know
Okay.
what our total is. It's been, I think, around 130 kids altogether.
Well, we have 200 in,
have
in
200
materials
now?
fee. And so you have just a materials fee. So you think about it in the sense that what's the cohort that's going out?
Right.
And then what are the spaces that are available as well? So we generally keep that number around 200. I don't have that listed here.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I was only looking at the applicants there. But it generally ranges, keeps it in that 200 or so range. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Just curious if you know the two 11th graders that weren't accepted, this is detailing, do you know whether those students have siblings in younger grades and whether those were school or town side parents?
So right now, we are discussing this information before the parents have been
Oh,
aware.
okay.
So let's sort of pull back a little.
Okay,
So we're
sorry.
Giving broad
Oh, okay.
information at this.
Sorry,
juncture. Yep.
oops, okay. I did have one other question, though. When you talk about people getting their first, second, third choice, which of course is great, and I like the idea of trying to do that. Was there also sort of cognizance of like where we have seats and using our
Absolutely.
facilities and that
Yep.
usual, yeah?
So that, that goes in there. That's part of the critical juncture piece
Yeah.
of that as well.
Okay,
So definitely looking at space. And so this, while this was materials fee, the breakdown that we gave, there's also the Medco applications as well. But
Right.
I'm not presenting that information tonight.
okay, thank you.
And I'll circle back with the team. I provided to you all via email where the missing numbers are on my chart, my summary chart.
Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Does this timing, is this a similar timing to prior years? Okay,
This is the normal.
the normal timing. Okay, thanks.
I just had a quick question. Are these numbers already projected?
Yes, they're included in our
No,
projection.
that's what I meant to say. Thank you.
All right, so then the rest of our update is just to note that DESI has completed the site visit to Winthrop. That was done, Winthrop at Driscoll, that was done on April 16th and issued a certificate of approval for the expansion of the therapeutic program there. And then we want to share in remembrance of Madeline Corcoran, a lifelong Brookline resident and former teacher. BHS passed away at the age of 94. She was a beloved teacher at BHS for many years and a dear friend and mentor to many, and will be remembered for her energetic spirit, caring spirit, and her enormous impact on students. We've also, and I'll share this again in more detail at a later committee, but we've completed our principal searches for FRR, Baker, and Pierce at this junction. We'll be presenting those leaders at a later meeting. That concludes the superintendent's report for tonight.
All right, thanks, Dr. Guillory. So next we'll go to Kieran for our student report.
Can I just ask, what did Miss Corcoran teach? Does anyone know?
She taught, I know she was the cheerleading coach. I remember her
Yeah,
as the
she
cheerleading.
taught,
Early
I think,
childhood.
typing
Yes.
and early childhood.
And was she,
It was part of the career in technology. Well, it wasn't called, then it wasn't called career in technology, but that's what it was.
Thank you.
and was she Craig Corcoran's mother?
Pretty sure.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that, Carolyn?
Craig Corcoran was was, right? Retired, longtime PE teacher at Baker, and I don't know where else.
Thank you.
Nice. Oh, wow.
Say that into the mic.
So- Betsy said Craig's wife is the nurse at Hayes. So, lots of connections.
All right, I guess I'll get started. So this is just, first of all, happy May to you all. I wasn't in person in the April meeting, so this is the first time I think I've been here in like a month. So it's great to see you guys again. And then this is just what occurred at BHS during the month of April. I think most prominently, most importantly, we had our final days of. So as you all know, the Days of are really just a series of events held annually for BHS students to really learn about sort of the daily experiences of whether it's, how race impacts us at the high school, how ability and disabilities impact us at the high school. It's really just seeking to go beyond what's typically taught in the curriculum and understanding the kind of daily issues that affect many students personally at the high school. And so in April, BHS held both its Day of Dialogue and its Day of Change. So Day of Dialogue, it centers on the daily experiences of LGBTQ plus students and faculty at the high school. It's an event that's held annually around April, usually the week before April vacation. And it's always put together by the Queer Student Program, which is led by Kate Leslie, who's a social studies teacher. So the themes of the event this year were an information session on, if I can recall, the rise of anti-trans legislation around the nation, as well as really what's the sort of the hallmark of the event, which is student speeches and faculty speeches. So this year there were 8 seniors who spoke about their personal experiences being LGBTQ at the high school, as well as 4 faculty members who spoke about the same thing. Yesterday, actually, BHS also held a Day of Change. Day of Change is led annually. It was the first 2 blocks of the day. It's always presented by Sharp Warriors. And so Sharp Warriors, it's a club at BHS that's dedicated to combating rape and sexual assault culture, both in the school, outside of the school. And so we were given options. This event occurred during A block and C block, which were the first 2 blocks of the day. A block featured a lesson on the media's depiction of both pornography as well as sex, and so how that's influenced how we think about those topics. While the second block of the day, many classes watched a documentary called The Hunting Ground, and that's about rape on campus. I can just speak from personal experience. It was a pretty sort of harrowing and kind of eye-opening documentary. It focused on various college campuses around the nation, UNC Chapel Hill, UC Berkeley, to name a few, and really how there's sort of an epidemic of underreporting of rape and sexual assault that goes on there, and how that's really contributed to poor student experiences, especially among young women on those campuses, and the general level of unsafety felt on those campuses. So I can definitely share with you guys the information that we as students were provided by our teachers. I can share that with Betsy and put it in the report as well, because it really was a truly powerful documentary. And I think that Sharp Warriors both encouraged all the students to watch it in their free time, as well as the community as a large to watch that as well. On a lighter note, Senior Assassin has, don't be fooled by the name. I can assure you it's perfectly benign. So Senior Assassin really is what a lot of seniors wait for, 4 years until we get to play. So what it involves is seniors, they participate, they use water guns to shoot each other and try and get each other out of the game. So this has been a tradition at Brookline. Certainly when I came in as a freshman, I mean, even we knew about it. So definitely very popular. Unfortunately, I missed the first week. This was the first week, so I'll be buying in next week. But it's really a fun game, and I think more than even the nature of the game is what it promotes among BHS. which is really kind of senior bonding, which is, inclusivity. The senior class really, this is an entirely student-run event. 107 seniors chose to participate. So it really is kind of a testament, I think, to, both the sort of bonding of the senior class, how tight we are as a class, as well as, it just really speaks to the character of the senior class. And then I also wanted to give our, a known student report spotlight on excellence, I guess you could say. I feel like Dr. Guillory right now, where I actually just wanted to highlight a few stories at BHS, because I really do think that this speaks to a lot about what BHS represents. So 3 of the stories that I wanted to share with you guys. So 4 seniors I'll be featuring. Joey Elasmar, he's a senior at BHS, Runkle graduate as well. He's actually running to serve as one of our library trustees in this election cycle. Ezra Kleinbaum, Hannah Zeleny, and Maria Udalova are also seniors. They all drafted, co-sponsored, and then introduced warrant articles that will be up at this May's town election, which I believe met the last week of May? Town meeting, which is, I believe, the last week of May. Ranging from banning foie gras, the sale of foie gras in the town, to, declaring a resolution in Brookline, supporting denuclearization across the world and within the United States. So I included the link to the warrant articles here. That's a picture of Joey in our high school library. And I really included this just because I think it, also really speaks to the character of the senior class in that, civic engagement, sort of change making, I guess you could say, it's just really pervasive at BHS. And I think that really is, a direct result and a product of what BHS has fostered. And, I think certainly after 4 years at BHS, I can definitely, speak to that and testify that, that really is what BHS has promoted among students. So that's the April report from BHS.
Helen.
So I actually don't remember the senior assassin. I do remember the senior pranks that used to happen, and this may substitute for that, and that's a good thing. Because one year the seniors took all the seats in the auditorium and turned them around backwards. That was not a good year, and nor were they happy after that at all. The other piece with your, if you get a chance to listen to Joey Elasmar, I happened to hear him at a few of the candidates' forums, and it would really make you proud of what a BHS, what a Brookline education produces, gives for a student to be able to produce the way he talks with his passion about the libraries, his use of the libraries. I don't want to be political here, but I do want you to listen to him because it made me proud. So, and the other guys too, of course, with the warrant articles. I don't want to, negate that, but that was really something.
Carolyn?
Well, since Helen opened the door, I'll say this is a completely neutral and factual statement. Kieran is running for town meeting.
I was trying to figure out how to work that in. I like this is a completely neutral and non-political statement, so yes, I'm glad you did.
Just put it in the spotlight here.
Very modest.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Kieran. Yeah. So actually not totally unrelated to the town election. So we now have the sad duty of saying farewell to our outgoing member, Stephen Ehrenberg. So Steve was elected for a 1-year term in 2021 and then reelected for a 3-year term in 2022. I'm really going to miss the many conversations that we've had in these years. I think for me, what stands out about you, Stephen, is that when the committee is getting sidetracked or getting lost in operational weeds, you have this way of making a comment that kind of brings us back to the moral core of whatever topic we're dealing with and kind of refocuses us on what really matters. So I'm really going to miss having you on the committee. Yeah. So are there others who would like to roast or say anything about about Stephen? Mariah?
Stephen, it has been such a pleasure to have you on the committee and to work with you. And I want to echo what Andy said, that I think that one of the things that I found the most valuable is your just tremendous dedication to your core beliefs and your commitment to seeing those through, and really the moral spirit by which, with which or by which you sort of do all of your school committee business. So I'm really grateful, and I will miss you terribly. And thank you for your service with us.
I think tagging on to that, I'll just say, I would refer to him as Mr. Sustainability or Dr. Sustainability. So, and I think that core value or belief that you have that has just reminded us that the choices that we make today impact us tomorrow and in the future. So thank you for that hard work.
Sarah?
I'd like to thank you for all the expertise that you bring this, and that you, if you didn't know yourself, you would go out and find the answer. So we loved the reports about what other school systems were doing, and that will be greatly missed.
Jesse?
Yeah, Stephen, you know, we're 2 seats away here in school committee meetings, but very often during this year on policy, we were literally next to each other in the smaller format, and I appreciated that very much. I think our ability to make progress this year and our conversations in between meetings that did not violate OML, it's just the 2 of us, we're always at such a nice, you know, academic and also ethical and also meaningful level when we spoke. And it was a very good learning opportunity for me, and I enjoyed, you know, making a friend. So thank you very much, and best of luck.
Val?
Oh, this is a hard one. Stephen, we came in about 6 weeks apart, I think. Don't go. That's what I like to say. Don't go. Thank you for pushing us and pushing conversation. And I'm not going to say goodbye. I'm just going to say until I see you outside of school committee room.
Suzanne?
Well, Stephen, I think you've grown a lot as we've grown with you. I remember when you first came, I think you thought, I'm not going to make it through 1 year, let alone 4 years. So thank you so much for hanging in there. You took on some tough issues. You did the Sustainability Task Force, which is not easy. It's like herding cats, so thank you for that. And you took on policy, which is also very challenging. And you've moved us forward, so thank you so very much for that. I too will not say goodbye. I'll say I will see you on the streets of Brookline, which is really one of the joys of living in Brookline, is running into people you know and people you care about. So I will see you on the streets of Brookline. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Helen?
So Stephen, thank you for making me do the Sustainability Committee. I wasn't really very happy with doing it, but in the end, I really learned a lot from the people who I worked with and have used them as consultants on stuff when I have questions. So it's been very valuable, and the whole piece that you did there was really an important piece of work. So thank you, and good luck, and have fun with your free nights.
And Carolyn?
Stephen, you're just such a great thinker. I've appreciated so many of our conversations before I was on school committee and since. I was actually in my Google contacts recently, and there's a Stephen Ehrenberg election, so I must have supported you. And I'm glad I did. And you're just, you know, you're someone that I can talk to, can argue with, in a way that is really intellectually satisfying. And I would just echo everybody else's appreciation for your core sort of direction. So you will be missed here.
So Betsy and the school committee would like to present you with some flowers and a certificate to remember us by.
Thank you, guys. I didn't prepare any speech or anything. Just thank you. I have a lot of admiration for everybody here. It feels like a real privilege to get to do this, just to serve on town government at all in this time, especially when things feel so crazy. Just to feel like you're part of a body that gets to, try to make decisions in the public good. It's a good feeling, and to serve on it with people who I have a lot of actual respect for it. And I just appreciate everybody's kindness and graciousness and patience with me as I try to keep my cool and try to navigate these issues with you. So just thank you very much. And thank you to the administration too, as you also battled through complex issues with us all. And thank you to Betsy. If we could all do our jobs as well as you do yours, then I think, I don't know that people know all the work that Betsy does to support the school committee, but she enables us to function at a high level. So if we don't do well, it's the failure of our own ideas. I'm also just. I didn't know where you were going with that. It's not Betsy's fault. The only other thing I just want to say I'll miss is that I know my mother watches all the school committee meetings from New York City, so I really get a kick out of debriefing them afterwards with her. So I know you're watching this right now too, Mom, so I just want to give a shout out. So that's it. Thanks very much, everyone, for your kindness.
All right, thanks, Stephen. So this takes us to public comment, and we have 4 speakers tonight, each of whom has the floor for 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Bradley Coleman.
Yeah, I'll make it work. Thank you very much. I'd like to start, I'm going to read an email that I sent to the members of the committee at 9:30 on Monday morning. It says, members of the school committee, I'm writing as a Pierce School parent, member of the site council, and member of the Pierce Principal Search Committee for an update on the decision on the new Pierce principal given the news of Dr. Guillory's resignation. It's my expectation that he is no longer the primary decision maker for this hiring process. Dr. Guillory will not be the supervisor of this incoming principal. We should not be bound by his decision. The ongoing questions about his leadership broadly and the approach to the principal searches more specifically should disqualify him from this role. Can you please let me know what the process will be for making this decision? Thank you. I didn't get a reply to that email, and now I realize that that's because by this point the decision had already been made. But the question is, why did I send it Monday at 9:30? Well, that's because the permanent principal decision for Pierce was the very first thought I had when I saw the email announcing the superintendent's resignation. But actually, by the time I and all the other parents and teachers in the Pierce community knew enough to have that thought, it was already too late for us. But when did the members of this committee know? Well, by the date on the superintendent's resignation letter, at least 2 weeks earlier. And if the members of this committee had an interest in taking responsibility for the situation, that actually is plenty of time for you all to have intervened and prevented the now lame duck superintendent from imposing a permanent appointment on our school as he's leaving. But you didn't do that, and instead you sat on that information of the superintendent's resignation until it was too late for families and staff to weigh in on the issue, and worse, waited until several days after early voting in the election for your seats began, robbing some voters of the chance to make an informed decision on who they want naming the next superintendent. The lack of good faith action in the situation, I feel, is just another example of an ongoing pattern. And my only hope is that the upcoming election is the start of a referendum on the lack of transparency and excuses for poor outcomes that unfortunately seem to have become the norm. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Our next speaker is Ruth Kaplan. Okay, so she's, I guess, having some technical problems, but she did also send her comments to us by email. All right, our next speaker is Arno Amzalag.
Hi, is it okay for me to speak?
Oh, it seems that that Ms. Kaplan is with us. Okay, so please go ahead.
I got the notice after you said I didn't get the notice, so here I am.
All right, welcome.
Thank you. It's my first time speaking remotely, so thank you. And I just wanted to wish Stephen Ehrenberg all the best. going forward.
Yeah, is it possible to speak up? We're having some trouble hearing you in the room.
Can you hear me now?
Not so well.
If you, if possible, I'm going to try to go onto my phone. So you want to take somebody else?
Yeah, actually, at this point, I can hear you fine if the others can. Yeah, so please go ahead. Whatever you've been doing the last few seconds works.
Okay. All right, we'll keep it. Okay, great. Thank you very much for taking me tonight. My testimony is regarding the something on your agenda tonight called resolution regarding the MTA's curriculum materials on the Israel-Gaza conflict. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Okay. On September 10th of this winter, I had a front row seat at the State House hearing of the Special Commission on Combating Anti-Semitism, at which point I was able to watch and listen to MTA President Max Page, who was asked to defend his union's anti-Jewish, anti-Israel curriculum resources regarding the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The offensive materials in question are not available to the general public, so most of us were seeing them for the first time in that hearing. One of the most memorable moments, which I'm sure you read about in the papers, occurred when he was being shown an image of a Jewish star folded out of dollar bills. And by the way, these materials are supposedly balanced. That was the point of their materials. And when he asked whether the image was anti-Semitic, he literally remained silent. We were also shown a workbook for first graders portraying, and I'm quoting from here, Zionists as bullies who stole land by force and hurt many people. And that lesson plan came with an accompanying workbook with writing exercises. I repeat, this is a lesson plan for first graders, and those materials are still included so far as my understanding. I am told, by the way, that MTA has since removed that egregious dollar sign image, but it doesn't change their mindset. There was no apology or condemnation by the union of those materials. And in any event, they have retained the vast majority of their resources that contain very biased articles on the history of Israel. What has driven them to undertake this highly politicized agenda with such gusto? And why is Israel-Palestine chosen as the topic as opposed to any number of other global conflicts? I have no idea, really. But there's clearly an ideological drive by the union to do so, which I consider, and many consider, quite dangerous. We all know that since the Hamas massacre of October 7, 2023, anti-Semitism has spiked locally and nationally. Sadly, the MTA's launch of its biased curriculum further fuels the flames of hatred and division. Contrary to their assertions, these materials do not provide balance, rather they constitute propaganda. And with all due respect, the vast majority of K through 12 educators, both in Brookline or in any of our systems, lack subject matter expertise in the Middle East or in what constitutes anti-Semitism. As a result, the teachers, even with the noblest of intentions, are very vulnerable to the authoritativeness of these materials. I'm proud of the school committee that they're showing the leadership to introduce this resolution tonight, and I hope it passes unanimously. I hope school committees across the state do the same, and that the MASC takes this up and makes it a state resolution. No teacher in Brookline should rely on these biased materials, and they should not receive professional development credits for any trainings based on them. Finally, I just want to say that I value the MTA and its contributions highly to public education in our state. I'm hoping that they'll show some course correction, major course correction, and return to focusing on their core mission of supporting teachers. They have no business creating polarizing and biased curriculum that creates a hostile learning environment for Jewish minority students and teachers in our town and in our state. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Do we have Mr. Amzalag with us? Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, thank you. So if I may start, the people in Gaza face a hunger crisis as the aid blockade by Israel reaches 2 months, the longest ban since the beginning of the criminal assaults on Gaza. Life expectancy in the Strip has fallen by 35 years. It is in order to distract us from this revolting reality that politicians from Washington to Brookline use accusations of anti-Semitism. I am appalled that now it is my own school committee that attempts to smear the largest union of teachers in Massachusetts with unclear, unsubstantiating accusation of anti-Semitism. This resolution does not give a single citation to support this grave accusation, yet the school committee calls on all districts of Massachusetts, no less, to distrust the MTA. So at a time that in Brookline, some interest groups think their role is to blame everything on the teaching administration, many wonder who will be willing to fill the seat of Dr. Guillory, whom I thank for his advice. That's precisely the time that school committee chose to show public distrust for the teachers union. Who will want to work for a town who thinks it can police your thoughts and won't trust your judgment? I did see the hearing of the MTA by the Massachusetts Commission of Anti-Semitism at the State House. It looked like an inquisition tribunal. In the words of the MTA chair, we had been led to believe that the commission hearing would provide the opportunity for a thoughtful discussion. Instead, the co-chair used this hearing to engage in political grandstanding that was disturbing to many, me included, by the way, and remains one of the more deplorable displayed witnessed at the State House. So that's why I am asking the school committee, instead of joining the State House in silencing those who denounce the assault on Gaza civilians with American complicity, I ask you to defend the liberty to learn and the duty to speak up. And instead of giving lessons to other school districts about education, I invite you to self-reflect on how to make Brookline more inclusive, more respectful, and attractive to prospective superintendents. So please stop wasting our time with this deplorable resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amzalag. And our last speaker of the night is Juliet Landesman.
Hello, should I begin?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm a longtime resident of Brookline. Okay, I am Juliet Landesman. I attended the Brookline schools, followed by some of my children. Growing up in the Brookline schools, I did not experience politics in the classroom. Instead, there was an acceptance of different opinions. Teachers generally did not promote a particular viewpoint. When our children attended Brookline schools, we encouraged them to accept their classmates might have differing points of view. However, we trusted they would not encounter anti-Semitism in the curriculum or in school in general. On February 10th, I attended the Special Commission Anti-Semitism hearing at the State House. Images of Nazi propaganda flashed before my eyes. Was I in 1944 or 2025? I was horrified by the anti-Semitic curriculum materials that had been offered on the MTA website, despite the reassurance of the MTA president, Max Page. I viewed Jews portrayed as money grubbers, other related derogatory images, and hateful, threatening statements directed towards the State of Israel. No presentation of October 7th, 2023 massacre, in which 1,200 plus innocent people were killed, others taken hostage. Many local families were and still are directly affected by this horrible day and the aftermath. In a recent search of the MTA curriculum website, I saw several books that vilified the State of Israel. The materials displayed at the hearing were previously unavailable to the public. Although some of the pages were apparently removed, I understand there are still many abhorrent curriculum pages remaining. These materials single out and target Jews and Israelis. These biased materials should not be used by any educator in any classroom. I oppose the use of the MTA materials related to the Israel-Gaza conflict. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Landesman. So you are not actually our final speaker because someone else who had signed up who we thought was not here, in fact, is. So our last speaker will be Wincy Fung.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the school committee, Superintendent Guillory, and fellow community members. My name is Wincy Fong, and I'm the parent of a fourth grader in Brookline Public Schools. I'm here to express my deep concern regarding the proposed reduction of our school class size and classes from 4 to 3, a decision that would significantly increase our class sizes and directly impact the quality of education our children receive. Reducing the number of classes will inevitably lead to larger class sizes, which research consistently shows can hinder student learning and teacher effectiveness. This impact is even more pronounced for students with IEPs and diverse learning needs. With fewer teachers and more students per class, it becomes exponentially harder to provide the individualized instruction and support these students that they are legally entitled to and deserve. Increased class sizes will also result in added stress and administrative burden for our teachers, who are already managing complex classrooms, parent communications, curriculum demands, and compliance with education requirements. This isn't just about numbers on a page. It's about sustainability, morale, and long-term retention of quality educators. Furthermore, the pressure doesn't stop at the classroom level. These changes will lead to more complaints, more administrative troubleshooting, and greater strain on school leadership and school committee itself. We risk trading a short-term budget decision solution for long-term erosion of trust, performance, and school reputations. Brookline families choose this community because of its strong public schools. If we compromise the strength now, we not only risk academic outcomes for today's students, but we also jeopardize the district's ability to attract and retain families and staff in the future. I respectfully urge the committee to explore alternatives, whether through creative cost-saving measures, additional funding sources, or structural efficiencies that do not reduce direct classroom instruction. Let's prioritize our classrooms. Please protect our most vulnerable learners and preserve the excellence that defines Brookline. I'm very thankful for all your time and commitment to our children and the very kind school committee that I just heard about the farewell. So best of luck.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fung. We also have a speaker who came to our meeting and would like to ask a question. So please go ahead, Ms. Peoples. I would like to say that the policy of the committee is that we listen to comments, but we don't reply in the moment. All right.
That's fine. Hello, everyone. My name is Angela Peoples. I'm new here in the town of Chestnut Hill, Brookline. This is very hard for me because it's not like a great issue to be talking about. My comment is concerning not only my child, but all children. My child attends the Ronald Hayes School. I've been having trouble since day one of stepping my foot in the door. The welcome experience was not good. I spoke to several people trying to branch out and, work through issues, and that things are not getting resolved. I'm here actually tonight because I was actually looking through I was looking you guys up actually, and I was trying to see who can I contact now. But I did contact the superintendent, Mr. Linus. I'm not sure if I said your name correctly, but by email, and I got no response. I'm also a former resident of the Boston Public School, and what I'm seeing is this is a systematic issue. It's not just here. My children have attended in Boston, and I'm seeing the same issues. And it's scaring me because when I grew up, school was a happy place. And what I'm seeing now, my child is, he doesn't like school. There's a lot of issues going on, and I don't feel it's fair to teachers to have to deal with a lot of the issues as well. But children being bullied and harassed, even by teachers. So a comment that was made to my son that compelled me to be here tonight is the fact that he was basically told that he's in the 6th grade and was told that he'd be given a test for 10th graders, and that way she'd make sure he'd fail. Now, right there, that's maltreatment. I am an educator as well. I love children. I have 9 of my own. I have 6 grandchildren, and I make sure that it's my plight in this life to make sure children are treated well, and I'll speak for not only mine, but all. Even the child that my child experienced bullying at, no one did anything. And my main concern was that when the other child, and I'm saying this now, you guys can write up whatever you want, the child was, he threatened to bring a weapon to school. And so that's why I got in touch with the superintendent, because no one was listening to me. And even though that did not happen, the thought is the problem. So our mindsets, we have to reach our children. We have to listen to children more before things happen. And one thing that's more important, you can have the smartest child in the world. And you guys have seen from the news reports, you can be very smart, but then if your mental state is not so settled, or you're comfortable with yourself, and you're not getting issues out, that's when children will act out. And so it's my concern that more needs to be done about children's social and emotional issues at hand today. We're bringing a lot into the school, different things that had nothing to do with schooling to me. And I've homeschooled my children before. I know I'm probably over my time, but I just want you guys to know that this thing is happening from Boston area to Brookline. So it's not fair, but we need to do something about it and change it before we have more problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peoples. That concludes our public comment for tonight and takes us to our discussion of the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Andy, sorry, can I ask a question? Can you see
Yes, Val.
me? I can't see any, I see black screen right now.
Oh, well, we can see you fine. Okay, it seems Big is working on it at the moment.
Andy, can I just make one comment? That
You're
anyone-
taking up the whole screen, Val. We can see you.
Anyone who wants to email the school committee can do so by emailing school_committee@psbma.org. So if you ever want to follow up, Ms. Peoples, you can also email school_committee@psbma.org. You're welcome.
All right. Betsy, do you think we should wait for it to be fixed, or should we proceed?
No, I meant like, can people?
Yeah, I mean, can folks at home hear us right now? Okay, well,
I said if any slides are going to go up, I don't know that we can see those.
I see. I think we
you're
better
back.
wait.
You're
Oh,
back.
good. Yeah, I can see us again. Okay, so budget discussion. So I'd like to invite Dr. Givens to sort of tee up the discussion, maybe outline some of the motions that we might be asked to consider tonight. We also have our town administrator, Chaz Carey, with us. Thank you very, very much for joining us, and he'll be here to provide some insight on our town partner's position on some of the things we have to discuss.
So I'll have slide deck up in 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. I know, you always say I'm soft-spoken, so perhaps I am. All right. So we're going to start with updates, as we have done customarily. And we'll begin with an update on revenue. And many of you will recall at a prior meeting before the April break that we got some great news that there's additional state aid coming our way. And that was reported to us by Tom Vitelli, I think is it Vitolo at our meeting. And we received communication from Melissa, who calculates the revenue allocation and sends us out notifications about adjustments. And so tonight I'm sharing with you the information formally so that we can reduce the amount of our gap, which is great. So the additional revenue that's coming our way is $211,420, which makes the revenue allocation for the school side $142,148,452. So again, we subtract out our budget of $149,994,616, and that gives us the new starting gap. Over the course of the last several months, there has been much deliberation around ways to reduce expenses and/or enhance revenue, and the total impact of our actions to date is $6,340,601. So as of tonight, the budget gap is $1,505,563. That said, we have some adjustments that have to be made. And that will be on the next slide. So some of the actions that we took, we have to make some adjustments to. And so I'm going to share with you what they are, and then we can take the actions so that we're all kind of on the same page. And we have documented the changes, in a formal way. So when we took the action to not outsource a component of our food service program, it had an impact that I had not taken into consideration. So the agreement was that if we reduced employees and that had and therefore the benefit costs would come off the books of the town, that we would get credit for that. But by taking the action of actually just sending the revenue over, we didn't eliminate the cost. And so as a result of that, the way that transaction will occur is to be vetted down through the town school partnership. And so all of that is to say that of the 300,000 that we had counted on for the reduction, we're only going to get credit for 200,000. So that changes it by 100,000. So to offset that, we don't have a lot of, as you know, we've used almost all of our fund balances over the last couple of years. We do have the capacity, small amount of 100,000 that we could use to offset this in the athletic revolving fund. And I looked over the history, as I always do, to see if that is a recurring balance as opposed to a one-time blip of some sort. And it seems like it has been a consistent amount in the fund balance over the course of a number of years. So I feel very comfortable that we can make this adjustment to offset the impact of the food service adjustment so that it's has a neutral impact to our work. So I can go through the last one, or at some point we should probably take action as we have on the other ones so that we can update our worksheet and capture all of these. So I'm not sure what your pleasure is. Do you want to do each one, or do you want me to just go through the last one and then you can vote them as a package? Or
I'm wondering if we can have you go through the end of your presentation, which is not going to be long, and then I would maybe call on the town administrator to fill in like another piece of the picture that I think the committee should have before we maybe get into a more detailed discussion.
Absolutely. So actually, the last item is an adjustment, and it is related to the conversations that have been taking place at Town School Partnership and with the Select Board when we made our presentation on our budget to them a couple of weeks ago. And as you know, that there has been some, we'll say maybe disagreement in the amount of money that the town public building department can actually afford to reduce their budget by. There's been a lot of dialogue around that, and it seems like the town is not comfortable with the decision that we had made previously. They are comfortable with the original motion that we had taken, which was $162,499, but the remainder of the budget reduction that we had taken of 600,000, they're not really comfortable with that. So to make that adjustment and to have the conversation about that, and Chaz can come up and speak to that in a moment, I've put that adjustment here before you tonight. If all of those are taken, it would make the budget gap as of today, if that is the pleasure of the school committee, it would make our budget gap $1,943,064. The next two slides, I have just queued up for you language so that if you do choose to use money out of the circuit breaker, I've provided you with the language to make that motion, just to be clear, so we don't have a misstep there. I also want to highlight that if we use the circuit breaker, it is money that we have not realized or will not have realized by the end of this year, that we would in fact be using a receipt that would be typically allocated and spent in FY27, i.e. we're moving forward a structural deficit for whatever amount is allocated out of circuit breaker at this point. So I just need to say that. I know you all know that, but I feel like I need to say it one more time. So that's this motion, and then the next motion is the motion you would take to approve the FY26 budget. It is really important that we conclude our budget deliberations so that we can go forward with hiring, the hiring process for open positions. Right now, we haven't even posted for true open positions that we're going to need next year. Typically, the postings go up at the beginning of April. It is now the beginning of May, and I'm very concerned about our ability to attract and hire qualified teachers for the vacancies that we will have inevitably next year. We can't move forward until we have some form of a budget. Also, as you can only imagine, this is very upsetting to everybody in the community. Our teachers and faculty and staff are highly anxious, and being able to complete the budget cycle will provide some stability. We're also, of course, moving into contract negotiations with 6 unions next year. We have a lot of work to do, and you're going to have a superintendent search. So we really need to shift our sights on the bigger picture work. And so if at all possible, I would highly recommend that we conclude our process this evening, if you feel so inclined to do.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gibbons. So at Town School Partnership on Monday, our town partners had expressed some willingness to make available $970,000 from the CIP to help us meet our obligations if that turns out to be needed. And we have the town administrator here. So Chaz, would you mind, I guess, describing how, in your view, like this idea might be implemented?
Sure, thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Chaz Carey. I'm the town administrator. First of all, I want to thank you all for the hard work that you have been doing over the last several months. This is not an easy process for anyone to go through. And I will say it is our goal on the town side to be good partners in this and to try and reach a conclusion that we can all move forward on together, knowing the difficulties on both sides of the equation. The town has made reductions on its end of approximately $560,000 on its own budget. And unlike in the school committee case, I see the potential for additional reductions down the road on the town side this year, depending on how our revenue numbers come in and other areas that may be outside of our control, such as certain collective bargaining obligations we have that are subject to mandatory arbitration. So I want to say that we are in a similar boat with regard to difficult financial situations, and we want to be helpful. We want to be good partners with the school committee. The select board wants to be good partners with the school committee, because at the end of the day, it's not a zero-sum game. The schools provide a value to the town that is critical for the town's continued well-being. And so that's the mission that the select board has given me, and that's where I've been trying to thread the needle between not just the select board, but also the advisory committee, whose responsibility it is to submit the budget to town meeting, and whose positions sometimes differ from the select board in terms of how they've been positioned with the schools in the past. So it is a difficult operation to try and thread the needle between three different power centers and hopefully get to a conclusion that all of us can agree with and agree on. So with regard to the $970,000, the town's proposal would be that we further reduce the amount of money that we are spending out of recurring revenue on a one-year basis only to the capital improvement program. You may recall the town has already reduced it from 6.6% to 6% in order to provide some relief to the schools. This would reduce it further, $970,000 of that, which would be the project cost for the design portion of the Lincoln School grounds, including the playground and the fields and so forth, New Lincoln. So that would be pushed back. It would not be canceled, but we would not undertake that project this year. And what we propose to do with that money is to put it into a stabilization fund on the town side. Ask town meeting to appropriate that into a stabilization fund. That fund is controlled by my office, and I have had conversations with Dr. Givens today about some of the concerns there. The town is willing and able to enter into a formal memorandum of understanding with the school committee that reflects that that money is there in the event the schools need it, and that the town and schools will work in partnership with one another, that if that money is needed, we will go to town meeting as a body and ask them to reallocate it. Town meeting would be in charge of reallocating that money formally. There's an opportunity to do that in November, when there's typically a special town meeting. If there's a need for that money before that point, a special town meeting can be called, including a special town meeting remotely by the select board at any time. And the select board is willing to commit to that if that is the need of the school committee. So that is how we would structure this, is that we would put that money aside for the schools in the event that it is needed. And there are a couple of reasons why it wouldn't just transfer over directly to your operating budget. The first is, if you move recurring revenue from the town side to the school side, when you move it back, it looks like a cut. Now, I know that all of you understand that that's not what that is. And I know that we can explain it to the public all we want. But at the end of the day, what it will look like is a cut from FY26 to FY27. And that's going to be difficult in principle to deal with. We would rather have a situation where that money is not in the budget at the start of the fiscal year, but can be added to the budget if necessary. The other aspect of this is we want to be good stewards of this and ensure that there are capital controls in place. We want to be able to, if the need is less than this, that we can release less of it and potentially start the Lincoln School Playground project if that's something that the school committee wants to do. What we typically do is we base the budget in town meeting out of the Ways and Means Committee, the House Ways and Means Committee's budget, which is what Rep. Vitolo came and spoke to you about. The ultimate budget that's signed by the governor will likely shift that money again. We will likely see some, again, knock on wood, increase, hopefully, in funds either through unrestricted general government aid or through Chapter 70 that could potentially flow to the school department through the split. In the past couple of years, that's not been a whole lot of money, so we haven't done that, and then we've let it fall to free cash. But this year, again, whatever helps, we're willing to do. So that money could be spent and could reduce that total $970,000 amount. So That's the process that we envision for this. What it means in practice, and I will let Dr. Givens speak to it, is that my understanding is you need to have the money in hand. You need to have the money in hand in order to vote a budget. And so we can't rely on $970,000 that's not appropriated to you, is my understanding. And that you have already made cuts significant enough that I doubt there is appetite to cut in the budget $970,000 even on a temporary basis in order to accommodate this being available to the school department at a later date. So the thought would be the circuit breaker will contain enough money to cover that $1.9 million. The estimated revenue from the circuit breaker will exceed $1.9 million. We spoke with the treasurer of the town on the town side, Lincoln Heineman, who says he will be able to facilitate as funds come in from the state for the circuit breaker in FY26. He will be able to facilitate spending on those funds, making sure that that the money is available to you even as the receipts come in, because I know that's difficult in terms of a cash flow perspective. So we were confirmed with Lincoln that you can do that, and then from there, when that money is necessary, when you exceed that 1.0 and change million dollar mark in your expenditures, and you tell this, and you're able to inform the select board of that, then we go to town meeting and we release the money that we need. And in that way, you're able to cover and make up some of that circuit breaker cost and reduce that structural gap that Dr. Givens referred to just a few minutes ago. That's the structure that we are proposing in order to make this work. I will echo Dr. Givens's concern about the use of one-time funds for future things. It does create a structural gap. There's no way around it. I will note that, the requests on the town side that sort of reached a fever pitch were for the town to use one-side funds to cover this. And ultimately, the select board's position was, given that the overages in this instance are stemming on the school side in part from the cost center that can be covered by circuit breaker funds, it's important to utilize those one-time funds primarily first, if available, before moving on to general fund. The other things, the precedent that it sets to utilize one-time general fund revenue in this way is a bad precedent that once you start, you're not going to stop. So that's how we're trying to be creative in getting money from the town side of the budget to the school side of the budget, protecting the precedent and ensuring that we have enough time to then go through the process that the Expenditure and Revenue Study Committee, which two of you were just at, in order to reach the conclusion about what, if anything, is put on the ballot next May in terms of an operating override. So this is a way to bridge the gap to an operating override. It does potential operating override. It does create a structural gap that you will start with around to the tune of around $1 million because that's money that wouldn't be available from the circuit breaker in order to cover FY27 expenses. So I don't want to minimize that in any way, but I think that is where the other constituent bodies of the town school partnership landed, and that is ultimately what the select board voted on Tuesday night. And again, any sort of questions about process or procedure, we're happy to answer.
So actually, can I start off with a question? Thank you very much, Chaz, for thinking creatively about this and also for coming to talk to us about it now. I just want to be very clear on sort of what would trigger the select board to make this request to town meeting to release those funds. So if our current budget gap is 1.943 million and we're talking about 970,000 from so we're talking about slightly under $1 million that we would basically be committing tonight to cover from circuit breaker if we needed to. As soon as it became clear that we would need to spend down circuit breaker beyond that, the select board is committing to make that request to town meeting.
Yes, one of the terms that we've been working on this today, so I apologize that it's not before you, but Dr. Givens and I have been trading emails on this. The proposal in the MOU would be that we would meet. We would exchange financial information in October, on around October 10th, so that we have time to go to the November town meeting if it looks like you might need that money, so we can be proactive, not just, we we hit it and all of a sudden it's a crisis point. We want to be able to actually be proactive and allocate that money in an effective way if we understand where you are in the first few months, particularly after school opens and those costs are present. And beyond that, we would talk on a quarterly basis just to see where you are, so that if we need to call a special town meeting, we have the ability to do that.
And the commitment is that we would not need to spend more than 1 million from circuit breaker.
I mean, you have to obligate it, but the commitment is that that $970,000 is there for you when you need it. When you exceed that, your current gap minus 970, and you need 970 to plug that gap. That's where that commitment is.
Okay, thank you. So Mariah, you had a question?
I have two questions. Thank you, Chaz, for coming tonight. I really appreciate it.
Sure.
I was a little confused by something you just said, and I just want to clarify it. So you said we'd have a $1 million structural gap, but don't we have a $2 million structural?
Yes,
okay.
2 million, sorry.
Okay. I was excited that we might only have a $1 million structural gap. Okay. I thought this is wonderful magic. Okay. And then my next question is, though, and this is something that to me is a fundamental thing I can't get over in this proposal, which is even if you were to appropriate it into a separate account, I think it was called a contingency account in one place, a stabilization account in somewhere else, whatever it's called, like it goes somewhere, which is a holding account of some sort.
Yep.
How can you commit to town meeting voting the way that you are committing, that you are saying right now? And that's just sort of like, we don't have, there's no, what would be given up is the Lincoln Playground redesign, a portion of the CIP. The Lincoln Playground is not just for the Lincoln School, but of course for the community at large. And a community that has advocated for this project. I think DPW has already done some preliminary work even this past year because of what was already needed to just stabilize the structures. And so I think that like there's that issue and there's just no certainty. That's what's throwing me off with this is there's just no certainty. And it's not that I think that using up our circuit breaker is a better way, but I feel like I don't know how to wrap my brain around something, relying on something that's not a commitment. And so that's my struggle. So I don't know if you have an answer. I don't know if that's an answer or if that's a question or a comment, but I would be curious your reaction to that.
Yeah, I understand. It's tough. I think one of the things that we thought about is what is the cleanest way to do this that retains, right? So you got to remember the rules of funding, right? When we appropriate money to the schools, you cannot condition it in any way. You cannot separate it into a different account. You can't do any of that. You have to give the schools the money, be done with it. And because of how that will look in the town school split, because of all the stuff that we just talked about, doing that now in the beginning of the fiscal year is going to cause trouble. So what can we do to make that work and have that be as strong a commitment as possible? One of the things we also considered was putting it in the reserve fund. Problem with putting it in the reserve fund, that's the advisory committee. I don't know if you want to go there. I think town meeting, especially if we are all on the same page now and explain it to town meeting when we go to town meeting at the end of May, I think town meeting will be amenable to us working together creatively to try and solve this problem. I would hope that town meeting as a body values the schools the same way that everyone else does. And so do I have a guarantee? No, I have nothing that I can guarantee, but I feel like the strongest possible outcome here that still respects the procedural way that we're trying to do this is to rely on our representations, our joint representations to town meeting, that this is the way it works and that we're relying on them not to gatekeep the money from you, but to safeguard the money until you need it.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question, just because you were saying we were trying to creatively think about the process. And is there no way for you to, rather than appropriate those funds into our operating budget, for example, appropriate them directly into the circuit breaker fund?
No, I can't do that. The state unfortunately has the plenary authority to do that, is my understanding. I can't put money in your circuit breaker for you.
I see. Okay, thank you.
All right, Val and then Stephen.
Thank you. Chaz, I think I heard you say that the reason not to appropriate it at May town meeting was because it would look like a cut. And I'm trying to understand, I'm hoping you can help me understand, why May town meeting would look like a cut, but November town meeting wouldn't?
Points in time is really what it's about. When you look at what is the budget that passed, what people rely on, and what the statistics are going to be ultimately is what is the initial budget that passed for FY26, and can we do a point-to-point comparison of July 1st, 2025 to July 1st, 2026? When we put that out there, then it's much cleaner for us to be able to say year over year, there's not a cut here, even though you will have money appropriated in mid-year. It's not going to look like a cut in comparison from your proposed FY26 budget and your proposed FY27 budget. So it's 2 points in time.
Okay, thanks.
Stephen.
Thanks for this, and thanks for coming in so clearly as a good faith partner looking to help solve a problem. I just want to make sure I understand one point, which is following up on what Val said, the reason not to appropriate it early is because it would be hard to correct a perception that the subsequent year looks like a cut. I understand that, and that makes a lot of sense. However, from the school committee's point of view, what we then have to accept is the lack of a guarantee. And that's difficult for me because it seems to me easier from a holistic point of view to request instead a guarantee and then a partnership around messaging subsequently to the town that this is in fact a different data point than you think. It seems more responsible, in fact, to request a guarantee from the town side so that we can be proper stewards of an excellent education, because we are then admitting a scenario where there is something potentially catastrophic, which is that for one or another reason, our town's legislature does not approve of that appropriation. And that would feel like we've chosen the worst case scenario. So would it be possible, would you consider appropriating it and then working with the school side on a messaging campaign so as to thoroughly apprise the town of the true year-to-year cost of education in Brookline rather than what you proposed, the later appropriation?
Two things here. One is you do have a backstop here, which is you are going to have $2 million in your circuit breaker, at least, for coming in FY26. So you will not be in jeopardy of being unable to meet your budgetary obligations. You will just be creating a larger structural gap in that particular account going forward. But to Mariah's point, structural gap will still be close to $2 million. It's just that the source will be different. You'll have less money coming out of circuit breaker and money that will be covering expenses this year from the town's revenue side that will go back to the town's revenue side. So it is not about whether or not you're going to be good for the money. The school department is going to have the money. It's just going to be coming from a different source. And again, that's not to say that's not without some peril. It's money that's coming in over the course of the school year. But that's where the Treasury Department is committed to working together with this to make that work, to make the cash flow work. The other aspect of this is that we also want to demonstrate that when we do something like this, that there are controls on the process in some way, right? Ultimately, the town is saying, we're willing to spend $1 million more on this. We want to be able to help the schools out this year. But in order to do that, we want to have some protection in place. We want to have a structure in place where we're able to understand what the issue is and work together and get to town meeting on that front. Have an understanding of how your budget is running and where all those things are, where the cost centers are, so that not so that we can run your process for you, but so that we understand where the gaps are and how we can help you solve for the problem. And if that number winds up being less than $970,000, we don't want to be in a position where we're then asking you for it back, right? We want to be in a position where we give you the money you need, and if there's money left over at the end of it. It either is spent on kicking off Lincoln, or it falls to free cash and is used for that project next year.
I guess it's the risk of exhausting our circuit breaker without a very strong guarantee seems like not the strongest offer from the town side, when there is something else on the town side that can be offered. When you consider the downside to it from the I realize this is tricky, and I
No,
see it from
I hear
both
you.
points of view.
Yeah.
What's the only downside to it is a communications hit that could be remedied. That seems to me so much slimmer than a real shortfall.
But it's not just a communications hit, right? That is part of it. But the other part of it is the town is doing something extraordinary. The town is moving away
In an extraordinary circumstance.
in an extraordinary circumstance, and the town wants a guarantee that if we're going to do this, we're going to be good stewards of that money together. And that requires some level of guarantee on our end as well. I will say this, when the school department asked for $3 million in ARPA money, it had $4.2 million at least in its revolving funds. We didn't know that at the time we said yes to that. It's only now, with the partnership of Dr. Givens and Dr. Guillory, that we actually have an understanding of how much money you have at all. We haven't been good partners in the past years, and there's not a lot of trust there. In order for there to be trust, we need to start building it. So I don't want there to be a situation where there's a loss of trust here, and that means we got to take the first steps in a careful way.
Thank you.
All right, Carolyn and then Mariah.
Thanks. And thank you, Chaz, for being here, and Susan for your explanations. And your memo of April 25th was very clear. And I was reading this and just thinking, wow, I wish I could write that well. And it's complex, so I really appreciate that. So just picking up on what Stephen was saying, I personally don't have the same perspective of disliking the notion, were this to be the choice, of this stabilization fund controlled by your office and going through town meeting. For the reasons that you've said, it makes sense to me. Sorry, because I'm just looking at my questions and cutting. So, and I guess I just want to sort of ask you or Dr. Guillory or, to make sure I'm clear, the alternative to this proposal and the lack of a guarantee is for the school department to further cut expenses. Or use more of circuit breaker. So those are our choices. They're difficult, might be difficult choices, but they're our choices. I would have to say, I would agree politically, you know, if we go down this road, I'd be shocked if we went to town meeting and town meeting didn't approve this. And I say that based on, I think I'm running for town meeting for my 4th term now. So I understand the questions about guarantee technically, but that would be shocking to me. And as far as the $970,000 specifically from the Lincoln School Playground project, that's unfortunate. But sometimes, I mean, there are lots of things that don't get done. And when there are things that the town wants to do that it can't afford to do, it doesn't come to the schools. So I think this stabilization fund and this plan of keeping it that way it makes sense to me for the reasons that you've outlined. And were this to be our choice, I'm comfortable with that aspect of the structure, especially knowing that in a worst case scenario, which I would be shocked if it happened, that there is the wiggle room in the circuit breaker. And then I'll just sort of reiterate what we all know, that generally this whole endeavor is just not, it's not good. We're not in a good place having this kind of structural problem. So I will be looking for, we need to not continue to do this. I don't know what the answers will be, but it certainly merits just saying out loud that, I'm not comfortable with this. Fiscally, I don't love it. But that's where we are.
Thanks, Carolyn. Go to Mariah.
I have two questions, or a question and a comment, but beforehand, I just want to say that another thing I liked about your memo, Chaz, was the upfront portion where you talked about some of those sort of long-term strategies. That was also really helpful, and I think, it does behoove us, as you said, Carolyn, it's structural, and so what are we going to change structurally to get out of this constant being behind the 8 ball? I'll actually just skip my question, or sort of my question comment, and go to my other question comment. So one of the things that perseverating on the funds portion of things, as I like to do sometimes, one of the things we have been talking about, and I think you might have been in some of these conversations, maybe it's just been at school committee. I don't think so, though. I think it came up in some of these conversations, was the idea of establishing the Special Education Stabilization Fund.
Yes.
And I went to look because my recollection was that that fund actually, and I'm just going to read this part, funds in the reserve fund can only be expended or transferred out after a majority vote of both the school committee and selectmen or city council, is what it says. Or I should say, because that's the regional school. Anyways,
Right.
it's both halves of the house.
Mhm.
So what I'm wondering is there a reason we could not establish the Special Education Reserve Fund, which is a good practice anyway, hold those funds in that account, have it then be subject to the same structure that the state establishes, and then if the funds aren't used this next year, it also allows us to seed the funding for this multi-year fund, which is a best practice as established by this 2020, I don't know if it was a change in law or whatever it was that allows these to be established, and it would be a multi-year reserve fund, but again, it would have this partnership aspect to it, there would be the collaboration. I'm just wondering, did you consider that? And if so, or is it something you might consider as an opportunity?
I think it's absolutely something we should consider. It's something Expenditures and Revenue Study Committee is taking up. We need to consider that. I think it would be a good idea for us to take a hard look at that. I think it can be it would need to be established over time. It's not something we could boot back up overnight. My understanding is at some point we had some sort of special education escape valve in the budget and it went away. And I don't know the history behind that.
We had a staffing thing. We had a staffing fund of like 475,000 that was stuffed in a random budget line. Yes.
Yeah, but
that was like called special education, but it wasn't labeled special education. Yeah, it was referred
Got
to
it.
as such.
Okay, yeah, but something more formal, something that follows the state process.
Right.
Yeah, I think.
But is there a reason to do that over time, or given the situation we're in, like put the 970 into it, again, with this idea that it doesn't necessarily need to be spent in 1 year, it would have this checks and balances that you're seeking, it would not be placed into the operating fund, and it would allow us to use that fund over multiple times. The nice thing about that I like too is it ties into, it's offsetting what we're doing to circuit breaker. If we were, like, it's all special education reserve funds essentially. So then it's balancing, even if we need to put money into, if we're spending more on circuit breaker, which I guess we wouldn't even need to because this reserve fund would be there.
I think the one aspect of this where I can't say yes to it because the select board would need to talk through this is that it's that question of where the money ultimately winds up. We would need to find an alternate way to cover in some way that, so the $970,000 goes into that fund, and in the current scenario, if it's not used, if some or all of it is not used, it falls to free cash. In this scenario, if it's not used, it stays in the fund, is my understanding, and seeds the fund, which again, long-term, that's a good practice, and we should be thinking hard about it. But that immediate money, the question is, what is the select board's position on that? Does it make sense? And I think I need to take it back to them and have that conversation with them. So I think in the immediate term, we should proceed. If we were to proceed tonight, you need to proceed on this, but I think it's absolutely worth taking back to the select board. Theoretically, right, you shouldn't need to touch this money until hopefully October or later, which is enough time for us to have these conversations over the summer and think about whether we want to go to town meeting in November and not ask for it, but ask to move it into this fund instead. So it solves your, town meeting is going to have to appropriate into this fund one way or another, either as part of the budget now or later on. So you need the select board to sign off on that, and they are not meeting next week because of the election, so they would be 2 Tuesdays from now. So I'm happy to take this back to them and talk about this as a potential solution. I can't give you a commitment now because that's not something I've raised with the board, and I don't want to speak for them.
Thank you. But also, just to add also, I think it requires an act of town meeting to establish a reserve fund too.
Yes.
So that would be a separate thing that would need to happen either in a rush as a special town meeting for May or as the November town meeting.
Right, another reason, yeah. So we want to take a look at that. The select board can call a special town meeting and waive, but yeah, we'll figure that out.
All right, Suzanne, and then, oh, Helen, I have a question as well.
Well, this is about
Okay,
reserve.
follow up, yeah.
And that would be a reserve fund which would lay where?
I assume it
Like-
some Netherland that is between both sides, I don't know.
Yeah, and so my understanding is it's a separate account that is subject to the control of both the select board and the school committee.
But not the advisory committee.
I don't believe so.
Correct, not the advisory.
Is that the way that it?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think that's a great idea. It kind of bridges the issues that Chaz raised and also addresses a longer-term issue that we have had here and has been talked at the Expenditure and Revenue Committee earlier today. So this could be a wonderful opportunity to take advantage of a terrible situation that we're in, but to have some kind of a positive outcome. Either way, it does have to be funded. The school committee would have, control over it, as Chaz said. In that case, it would kind of lie more administratively as opposed to legislatively once the fund is set up and the money is appropriated over to it. So in that way, I think it marries, these two challenges that we face in a way that might have a positive end result.
So it would be a school committee revolving fund.
But it requires a vote of select board also to release the funds. It requires a majority of
Release
both.
it or to enable the
To make an expenditure
Yeah,
or
we
whatever
can,
to
we can look at the
transfer funds,
details
yeah.
of setting that up, there, and get back, but I think it's something that won't take long, and might be the way forward here. Tonight, either way, we need to take action. The circuit breaker is probably the only option that we have temporarily for tonight, and close our budget, but then pursue this option, which seems to satisfy what the town's concerns are, because it would not be an appropriation directly to our, but it still serves the same function. So I think that might be something there's an appetite for. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to detain Chaz any longer than we absolutely have to. Suzanne, Carolyn, were these questions for the town administrator?
Probably not.
Okay, Suzanne?
Well, I was just wondering if you could say more about the MOU.
Yeah, that was my question as well. Yeah.
I'm not sure what's in that.
So we're still working on it. We talked about it today, so it's still fresh. I think ultimately it would be an MOU signed between the select board and the school committee. And what it basically would say is, the money is being appropriated here. The select board agrees that in the event the schools, there's a need for this, that they will go jointly to town meeting, that if a special town meeting is necessary, the select board will call it. And that the schools and the select board would meet on or about October 10th to check in on where the money was, and then if it was not needed at that point, on a quarterly basis thereafter. so that there would be the opportunity to gauge when it would be necessary to ask town meeting to reappropriate those funds. And then it would say that it just reaffirms that at the end of this fiscal year, that money goes back into the town side of the budget. There's no long-term impacts on either side. Both sides agree that this is a one-time thing, and that once the CLA deficit review is complete, I envision that there's probably going to be grounds for a broader MOU that will include both town, schools, and the advisory committee, the town school partnership constituent bodies, and that it just says at the end that this can be folded into that, so it shouldn't confuse people that this is the MOU. It's an agreement to give you some comfort.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether that means that as part of the overall package that we might vote tonight, I would ask the committee to authorize the chair to at least be having discussions with town partners about what would be in the MOU. Not to sign it, that would come back to the committee, but to continue the discussion.
Okay.
Jesse?
Yeah, I guess my question is, these are a proposal to merge two things, the 970 from the capital and about $1 million from circuit breaker, to close a gap that exists. So I'm a little concerned about us discussing the portion of it as if we're not going to spend some of it. I'm not sure why we don't think we're going to spend all the money that we budgeted. So why are we saying, well, maybe there'll be a little, we said a few times, well, if there's some money left over, we'll know where it is. I would estimate that, with cost increases and tariffs and everything else that we know is going on, why would we even consider the fact that there may be money left over? All we need, I think Dr. Schmelker talked about it a few weeks ago, all we need is like, I don't know, 1 or 2 students that have to go out of district and suddenly, boom, on the sped cost. So, are we really realistically thinking that there's a chance that we're not going to use the money that the superintendent proffered as what the budget needs to be in order to provide all the services to everyone next year?
I think my concern is we are going to, and it's not going to be available to us through this. Like, the money will not be there because
of timing.
Not because of timing, because town meeting may choose not to.
True, that's a risk.
Yeah, that's what my concern.
All right, so that comes to my second question, which is not really for Chaz, but my question is, maybe this follows up on what Carolyn had said earlier, is that have we really exhausted all of our options on reducing the gap? If the answer is yes, there is absolutely nowhere else to look. Maybe I'll ask Dr. Guillory this, but have we really gotten to the end of the list? And there is no other option before we start talking about some version of another way of closing the budget. Because if there is something to do, it might be painful, but these are, crisis times. That will, we know that we started at 8.2 and now we're down to 1.9. And if the 970 from Lincoln is clear, then we're down to $1 million. Are there somewhere a position or two, or there was a discussion tonight about, potentially increasing class size by reducing section or something like that. Are there other plans that, this is a hard conversation to bring up, I understand, and I'm not happy having to bring it up openly, but I'm asking the question is, are there certain things that we can still do that we haven't done yet?
So 2 things here. One is that we did work with the union to get an extension until tomorrow for notifications of RIFs. And that includes the normal allotment because we wanted to make sure, see what the school committee's actions were on that. Given the timing of it there now, it would be virtually impossible to go beyond sort of the standard non-renewals for performance, 1 years, and those types of things. So that's that. The other opportunity that we have is as the budget or as our processes proceed, if there are adjustments or shifts along the way So for example, if enrollment shifts and a section can be consolidated and a person can be bumped somewhere else, those types of savings, types of positions can not go filled and be left blank, and you can reduce some of the costs in that way. So I don't know that there are more reductions for us to take on this end at this point, given where we are with the contractual obligations as such. There certainly are contracts like our paraeducators and those types of things. They have later notices, a later notification period than the teacher portion, which is May 1st, which we got it bumped to May 2nd based on what happens tonight. So that's my thinking there, is that if there are shifts that occur after tonight's actions, that it would be my recommendation for us to look at not filling positions, take those types of savings in that regard and do it that way.
Thank you.
All right, Carolyn, and then maybe we should put some motions on the table.
So I guess this is just sort of another way of asking, kind of coming back to our process. So the school committee went to the town school partnership along the way and said, here's where we are. The town responded with Chaz's memo, which laid out 3 options that they saw, each of which also contained sort of sub-options. And then Chaz is here describing those, but it's not Chaz's job to recommend, if I have it right. So I guess I just want to hear from Dr. Guillory at what his recommendation is, because that's my understanding, is that's what we would be responding to. Do I have that right, Andy?
Sure. Dr. Guillory has left the room, so I'm not sure you heard your question.
So just, well, and it's more of a sort of just clarification of process wrapped in with a, not so much a direct question, but I'm trying to kind of summarize where we are. And yeah, just to be clear that, it's not, the process is not Chaz asking us to do something.
No.
We respond to the superintendent.
At the superintendent.
Well, I would just say that I think Susan articulated it already earlier, which is she believes, and I think that was sort of the presentation earlier, that basically the only path forward tonight is to vote it from the circuit breaker. And it seems like also in our conversation subsequent to that, there might be other opportunities for how this is we have future opportunities for 970, but tonight we need to vote to fund it from circuit breaker.
And I would add to that, asking the committee for that the chair be authorized to pursue these discussions along the lines that the town administrator was outlining for us just now. Helen.
So I have 2 questions. First of all, how much is in our circuit breaker or will be in our circuit breaker next year? We've used, well, somebody, either of you, I don't care who answers it.
So in the circuit breaker, by the close of this year, will be about $4.2 million. And that's what would be available for us to spend next year. What this motion essentially does is say that the additional reimbursements, which we would acquire over the course of next year, that we would be spending against that, right? So that's essentially what the vote would be.
Wait a minute, then I'm confused. The 4.2 is what
already-
we've allocated for next year is already in the budget.
Correct.
Next year, we expect to get, we know we are getting
Well, a like amount.
a like amount for,
Right.
I think it was 4.4.
That would normally, it's a recurring revenue.
Yes.
So let's just be clear. I just want to clarify a few things technically. the circuit breaker revolving fund is a recurring source of revenue. It is not a one-time revenue.
Right.
So what we're doing is leveraging a reoccurring revenue that we will not have for the following year, right?
Or may have more.
We won't
we wouldn't
have,
have-
the-
we can't
We won't have
we're,
that
we're
much.
pre-spending it, right? And
Yeah, yeah.
so we're spending next year's revenue, in other words,
get
is
that.
what we're doing. So it's not one time. So I just want to be clear, it's not one-time revenue. It's an action that will push forward the structural deficit that we have.
The FY '27.
That's really what it will do in full, like in full, right? The 2 million altogether. Even if we get the one-time money from the town, what I like about that suggestion to put it in a reserve for special education is that, it jumpstarts this process where we would have access to, in those cases when we do not have control and we cannot budget for some of these expenses in special education, that there is a mechanism for us to access resources beyond this year. So I think the reserve fund in that form would be positive, but it does not take away the structural deficit we'll still have to deal with next year. It just would maybe have a positive side benefit. But either way, you're going to have to fund it out of next year's operating budget.
And one more question. So if I remember correctly, when we were talking about the out-of-district monies that we have, we took some of that to use this year for our budget. There was some amount that, didn't we, in one of our, help me?
Karen basically re-looked at the projections for out-of-district and said we could reduce it by 415, 20, 17,000. So that
There was still money left there for out-of-district placements.
But as Karen reported, she's had several of them come in, and we had to place, I think we have 5 paras that we've had to hire this year. So what was here yesterday is not here today, right? And so that's kind of the nature of the beast.
So is there any
I think there's a
backup
couple
in there?
100,000 left. Go ahead.
Good evening. A little up. I'll just take it off. So, I think, these questions, just in terms of in this couple of months, just speaks to the volatility of, as we know, special ed tuition, in terms of, why there is circuit breaker. It's exactly for that. So in terms of, we had a lot of reserve. Right now, we probably are going into the fiscal year with about 250,000 in contingency from, if you remember initially, it was 800 at the time. And that just speaks to just how much kind of movement is. And sometimes it's in and sometimes it's out, right? But I think that's, as I think you all know, that's the risk in terms of utilizing circuit breaker in terms of the strategy, is that it's not what it's necessarily intended for.
All right, I'm going to invite our finance chair to make the motions with the numbers filled in.
I don't think, well, you can put it up. Susan, do you care if I make it as one big massive motion, or do I have to make it in 2
Can I ask a
motions?
question first before we have a motion?
Can I make the motion and then you ask a question?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion to, wait, you took it away. I need to look at the cheat sheet on. Okay, so, so to adjust the, to reduce the,
There's another slide that had the language
no, it's not, I don't think it had the language, it just had a blank.
for the number.
Yeah, but, well, do you want to pull that other one up? I think I need to take these out, exactly, it was, so I'm going to say that we're going to make the adjustments as shown on this slide. Betsy, does that work
Is
for
that
you?
enough, Betsy?
Okay.
Read the number.
And then I'm also, in addition, going to add to this motion that we take $1,943,064 from the circuit breaker revenue fund. Nope, I got the test wrong.
Right. If you would, you kindly use the motion that I presented.
Oh, it's not on the,
I said
okay,
it's
sorry.
on page two. Yeah.
Okay, so allocate $1,943,064 of out-of-district tuition expenses in the FY '26 operating budget to the circuit breaker revolving fund. Is there a second?
Second. Yeah, second.
All right, so that's on the floor, and we have questions from Val and Carolyn. So Val.
Thank you. Question on the motion we just made. My understanding of circuit breaker is that we can spend it on any high needs cost in special education, so a para and other things. Is there a reason we're only moving for tuition is the first? And then the second is, my understanding is we always spend, just I think goes to clarify what Helen was talking about. We always spend all of our circuit breaker or near all of it. Is that correct or not correct?
Should have stayed up, but I do need my steps tonight, so. Okay, so the first question was why
We can spend it on other things, right? I just want to make sure that we're talking about all the categories of things that we can use circuit breaker on.
Yeah, so the way that circuit breaker has been used here in Brookline is to offset the out-of-district tuitions. So I'm just staying consistent with the practice here.
Okay.
What we get reimbursement for, or any costs above, what is it, 50,000? Is it somewhere in that neighborhood? Yes, any costs, yes, how much? 53,451? 431. So any costs that we have associated with a student that exceeds that right, that amount of money, the Commonwealth provides us with a percentage as a circuit breaker reimbursement for those costs.
Right.
And so it would be all costs associated with that student, including transportation.
Susan, would you take it as a friendly amendment to just say of eligible expenses rather than out of district tuition?
I mean, that could be true, but I'm trying to make it clean because I have to make a budget transfer now. And if we take it from those expenses, and we have like expenses still in the circuit breaker fund, it just makes it much cleaner.
Well, I think you can do that on your side, but that wouldn't, what our action takes wouldn't affect you moving it in one account, right? If we just said eligible, you could still do that.
I would recommend the language that I proposed.
Okay.
And then the second question, Susan, was we generally spend all of it, right? We're not.
Yes, we do. Yep.
Okay, that was just clarification for Helen. This isn't something that's like a revolving fund that has money in it at the end of the year. So I just want us to be eyes open on the structural gap that we're putting ourselves in for FY27. We're just kicking the can.
Yes.
Carolyn.
Thanks, Angie. And this is just looping back a little for clarification on this idea of establishing a special education reserve fund, which I support in theory. I just want to make sure I understand that the expectation, were we to do this in the near future or even medium future, we're going to draw it down completely. But you're just saying that it would be good to get it on paper.
It would, because the first action has to be taken by town meeting to establish the fund.
I see.
Right? And so if we.
It
so
would
we
be
couldn't-
efficient also.
Right. Exactly.
Okay,
So
understood.
This is a great example of why you need one of these. And
Yep.
so therefore, I don't know if it can be queued up for this town meeting, but certainly by November, and we could put that in the MOU, with the town, that this would be the, our recommendation going to town meeting, and then we could set it up. And then if the money is set aside, as Chaz has suggested, in the meantime, in a different kind of stabilization, then at the same town meeting, they could establish the fund and then move the money over to it. I mean, it seems like kind of a win-win situation. Would you not agree? Yeah.
I mean, also, like, even if there's a penny in there at the end of the year, right? It's like, it's a little better. It would be great to have that to be able to offset future expenses.
And you can't put any money into it or maintain it if you don't have it in the first place.
Yeah,
right?
no, and I really like the idea. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that the excitement is the idea, but we're at some point we still have this structural gap, and at some point, it would be nice if there was some way to put money into it, but we'll, at least, I got it. Thank you.
All right, Sarah, and then I hope we can vote.
When Val was saying that we're just kicking the can down the road, I think that we need to just spell that out a little bit more, is that we still have work to do in order to, I don't know if it's model change or some of the ideas that were put into this memo that's in front of us right now. We have work to do in terms of figuring out what it is that we're going to change for next year, given this structural gap. So I don't know if, because these, all of the proposed ideas take so long to get to, I don't know if that means that we want to form a working group to address them, if we want to go further with that. Probably not for tonight, but I just wanted to spell out a little bit more what Val was saying about this problem of, we do still have a problem in front of us.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Let's vote.
Well, I
Okay.
just want people to be aware, I'm going to vote for this. I think it's the right thing to do, to take it out of the circuit breaker. However, I think people should be aware that the Lincoln School had been pushing for this playground, and it's 30 years since that playground has been touched, and there are a lot of structural issues within the playground. That being said, I worked really hard to try and get that money into the CIP. It's been a long time coming between Parks and Rec and us, and we all came to the same decision, so
Is,
I just,
to follow up then, Andy, just one quick question. Is the only reason we chose the Lincoln School money because it's related to the school in the CIP? And if so, to follow, that's Chaz's question. Okay, well, some steps come in here. And then the follow-up to that is, rather than use money that really needs to be used, maybe even for safety reasons, for refurbishing a 30-year-old playground, if we're going for capital funds across, as I read that section of the, not the combined reports yet, but the preview that I'm reading, that came out from Ben a month ago or so, as I read through each of those, I'm sure, well, I'm not sure, I shouldn't say sure, this is being recorded, but there were other things I might circle as well, saying, this would be a nice to have, and if I had to compare it to a playground at a school that's 30 years old, maybe from a town gestalt, I'm saying, oh, yeah, the schools has a problem, the school should take the hit, even though there's a neighborhood, as you pointed out, that's been dying to have that fixed up as well. So why aren't we sort of prioritizing across the CIP items, of like 45 or 48 of those things, to find it somewhere else, or even find all of the money that we need for this year and remove this issue of the circuit breaker money?
You don't have enough to make it all the way this year without starting to impact townside things. This is the cleanest way of doing it, is basically what it is. The other projects that are out there are not, it's not this level of money, or if it is, it's something that will get you in trouble in town meeting, like roadways. Like you can't on the.
Well, I meant another park, maybe, not roadways.
Yeah, no, even with other parks, then you're just the logic is hard to refute. You have one project. Absolutely, we understand the work that's gone into this, but I think the benefit of this too is this does not wipe it off the CIP. It pushes it back a year.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Thank you.
Let us vote. So let's start with Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah.
Yes.
Stephen.
Yes.
Mariah.
Yes.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen.
yes.
Carolyn.
Yes.
Val.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Mariah, would you also like to move the budget?
Ooh. Susan, where's my cheat sheet for that? Okay, thank you.
It was on another slide.
Oh,
In the
good.
meantime, thank you again, Charles, for helping us through this.
Yeah.
And after this, I'll also move that the chair be authorized to pursue those discussions. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to move to approve the FY26 PSB budget in the amount of, what's the secret?
I'm wrong. 147.
What's the number I'm saying now? 130, it was on an earlier slide, right?
It was on a slide, yeah. There you go.
There's no number. No. Nope, that's not the number.
She's pulling it up, she's pulling it up.
Andy, do you want to make your motion in the meantime?
Yeah, why don't we switch motions?
Oh, okay, so while we're waiting for that number to be generated, Suzanne, did you want to move about the MOU?
Sure. I move that we appoint or give permission to our chair to work on the MOU.
I second.
a friendly amendment? Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to add Mariah to that as well, the chair and the finance chair.
I'm fine to do that, but I presume we're all going to get a crack at it before it, like you're just sort of doing.
I'm
the
not
work.
signing anything.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Although I can't speak for what the next chair might do.
yeah.
Right.
Or the next finance chair.
The next
Woo!
finance chair.
Either way is fine with me, whatever the committee wants, right?
So the motion is currently just for the chair, and that got seconded from over here somewhere. Stephen, all right.
Andy, you could always informally consult with me if you chose, right?
I suppose so.
Yes,
yeah.
you could.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like that's still the motion, the original one. So shall we vote on it? Val?
Yes.
Can I make a comment just before?
Sure.
Sorry. Like, yes, I am pleased that you and/or the next chair and/or the finance chair will all work on this. I think that the conversations tonight have informed the content of the clauses, the whereas, or whatever they were. I can't remember. I only briefly saw it. Enough that I think it'll be just like, it's going to be a new document in a lot of ways, I would presume, the next version of it that we see. So just keeping that in mind.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, looks like we're ready to vote. Val?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Jesse?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, do we have a number for the budget?
Oh, to me? Or to Linus? Me. Okay. Me, it's here. I am to approve the PSB FY26 budget in the amount of $142,148,452.
That was 142, 148,
452.
452. All right, any seconds?
Seconded.
Okay, Suzanne beat Jesse to it.
Right.
All right, any further discussion? I see Carolyn's hand up.
I do. So I just want to say, and I've raised this before, and obviously it goes without saying, I'm recognize completely all the work that Susan and others have done. I remain concerned that now we are, and this has been done by previous school committees, voting on, I mean, we're voting a number, but this number is based on the initial budget proposal that we were given back in whatever, it's in my bag, I don't have it. And so because we had to go through this cutting process, we really haven't spent a lot of time talking about what the program, what the structure, programming, et cetera, is. And we've made a lot of changes to what was published. And so I feel uncomfortable sort of voting for something. We have this document that isn't actually our structure and program. So I would just like to know if we can expect that to be updated at some point. I don't know if that can be.
Do you mean the budget book, Carolyn?
I mean the budget book. We call it the budget book. It's called the initial budget.
Yeah, so what will happen, I won't do the whole budget book over. There is no time or capacity to do that. I will adjust and do an executive summary like I did last year before town meeting, you know, that will incorporate the changes that you have made.
And so then going forward and throughout the year, what the public has is the book and the executive summary. We don't have like a dashboard. We don't have access to the line items, et cetera.
Well, when we do our quarterly reports, we'll give you the update with that information in it, and it will
Okay.
tie to the adjusted budget. So I will do work on that, for sure. So that we
Okay.
have that, and we'll adjust, and as we did last year, to incorporate these changes. But in terms of programmatic and understanding, the impacts these cuts have, that is going to take us some time to work our way through. Yeah.
And just to follow up on that question, really brief, do you remember that we created like a 19 pages of questions and things like that? Did we ever get the loop closed with answers to everything? Does that exist somewhere, so we have it for our purpose?
There were
moving
two
forward?
batches of questions, which I believe answered them in a synthesized manner. My guess is that if you still have a question that you think wasn't answered, you could still ask it. But my understanding was their first tranche and the second tranche of questions were intended to cover the entire scope of your questions.
Thank you.
And I see Susan nodding.
Yeah, the only questions that we didn't follow up with on an FAQ, because at the time we didn't have anyone to write them, were the ones in student services, which have subsequently been answered during your deliberation process.
Okay, thank you.
Let's vote. Jesse?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Suzanne?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Carolyn?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, well, that concludes for now a very lengthy and often painful process. So, yeah. All right, well, thank you again, Chaz, for joining us tonight. It was, well, very helpful to have you here, and we've gone way over time, but I think it was well worth it. So, all right. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on to our school committee actions. Firstly, we have the first reading of the exterior surveillance camera policy, and this is a brand-new policy. Stephen, you want to lead us through this?
Sure. Do you want to bring it up, Betsy? And I see we're joined by Hal Mason as well. Hal, do you want to give a little context for it before we start?
Sure. This is something that we've been talking about for a long time. It's a recognition of the changed nature of the high school campus and how there's so much more traffic on the street. And we really feel it's important to expand our eyes on what happens out on the street, especially along Tappan Street. The high school's always had an open campus. The high school's always had students moving between buildings on the public way, but it was a much smaller number. It was a few hundred kids, if that, going back and forth between the UA building and the main building, the Tappan Gym and the main building. With the opening of the E22 building, it's hundreds and hundreds of kids at every passing time walking on that public way. And we now recognize that the expansion of the campus really required us to add something like cameras to have an eye on what's happening along Tappan as well as all around the building to really understand and see and have a recording of what's happening around the building during the school day.
Thanks, Hal. And Helen, is there anything you want to add from a capital point of view on the procurement of cameras?
My understanding is it would come from the high school budget, because it was originally in that, the renovation budget. Did you hear me, Hal?
I did, yes.
He nodded sagely.
We're confident that we can pay for this as part of the budget from the renovation. And Charlie and I have talked, and we have a bid from the vendor. We have to use one specific vendor in this case because it's a state contract, I believe, and ties in with the other cameras that are in town. And we've had that team out to survey, so we have a good idea of what the costs are. And we're pretty confident that we can add that in and expend that from the building project.
So just so people know, with the procurement, we usually have to go out for 3, if it's under a certain amount, you can get 3 bids, or you just put it out to bid. However, if the state has a contract they've already done the work on the bidding, so we don't have to worry about that. We can just then work it with them, just so people understand how the process works. We do that with furniture sometimes. We do that with other items.
Thanks. So just a little bit more context. When drafting this policy, we had a few examples of it. I believe we looked at Newton's and was it Cambridge's? Yeah.
Yes, Cambridge.
And this one is much closer to, I think, Newton's, right? That was that was the shorter one.
With the important difference that ours does not cover interior cameras. We
Yeah.
are only proposing exterior cameras, no interior cameras. The Newton proposal had a lot of wording and provided for interior cameras.
Right. That's the one thing I wanted to highlight. I think the only topic really of conversation on the policy subcommittee was the reservation that people will have about camera surveillance, that it might infringe on people's sense of privacy. And that is allayed in large part by the fact that cameras will be pointed only outside the property, not inside the property.
There was one other
ahead, Andy.
issue, which I think I raised at the policy subcommittee before this came here. In the second to last bullet point, where it talks about recordings should primarily be reviewed only in response to specific incidents involving suspected violations of law or school policy. So I understand that the intention here is to be reviewing things only when there's a possible threat to health and safety. My worry about including or school policy there is that it's too broad. We might have a school policy, like an attendance policy or a policy against vaping, and I don't think the intention here is to be catching kids who are late to class or catching kids who are vaping, right?
Right.
It's for more serious things. So I would personally like to see the language tightened up to avoid inadvertently pulling in things like that.
I'm going to go ahead and capture this and then make changes, make commented changes to it, and then leave that in the policy for the next policy subcommittee, since I'm not going to present on this subsequently. So I'll make a note of that. The other thing that we discussed briefly that I realize I don't really have enough information on myself is I was asking about police access to the recordings, because there's a line in here saying,
Third bullet from the bottom of the second section. maybe?
third bullet from the bottom of the second section. No, there's another one saying that it's governed by town policy. And I realized I don't know what the town policy is.
It says per district and town agreements, Stephen.
For district and town agreements, yeah, and I don't know what town agreements are operational. And when we discussed it, there was a lack of knowledge on this in general. So I think that if anyone shares that concern, it would be something that we would need to
I know the
understand.
town policy is 11 pages long.
That's
So
what
I don't
learned
know
today
what's
as
in there,
well.
but there's a lot there.
But what I think I learned today is that it's not clear what governs police ability to request school footage. If there's anything in there that would augment state or other law. Yeah, Mariah. Wow, that was fast.
That was fast.
Thanks. I'm actually still in my car.
Thank goodness. Go ahead. Mariah, go ahead. We can't hear you if you're talking, Mariah. Okay, we can't hear you, so we'll go on.
The
If-
hesitancy of, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay. The hesitancy of victims sometimes to come forward, it seems like a short amount of time. And again, reviewed and storage of data is relatively cheap. It seems like a good idea to retain records for a longer time. And then my second question is, and I'm a little bit vague, does this apply to the existing cameras that are in the K-8 schools?
Yeah, this would be for all schools.
Yeah.
Okay. So has it gone to the schools that have cameras already?
No,
ask?
this has not been shared yet.
Okay. Because I think it would be helpful to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mariah, you were cut off at the beginning. I assume you were asking if there was a possibility to store for longer than 30 days?
Yes,
There is
yes.
some additional cost involved in that, but costs for storage, of course, are far lower than they used to be, so it probably would not be too much of an issue to change that number higher.
Yeah,
Would you have any
I think-
objections to changing that number? Hal, would you have any concerns about changing that number?
I have no objections to changing that number.
Okay.
So Mariah, would you be considering something like in the 90-day range, or?
I'm not good, I mean, it's the first reading,
we
so I
We'll
defer
check.
to, yeah, but.
We'll check.
I think,
Thanks.
Yeah, and we can certainly ask the vendor to give us exactly what the difference is. If it's, marginal, obviously we can change that to 90 days.
And Suzanne, were you suggesting that there might be guidance in the 11-page town policy on?
I'm sure there's some, yes,
Okay.
guidance, yeah.
Okay.
That would be worth checking.
Okay, I have not done that.
Yeah, I would check with town council because I think there was
Definitely.
a warrant article a number of years back
was.
about cameras. Those concerned the town cameras and out on streets and stuff like that. And there was a lot of discussion back and forth. So somehow it would be nice to have these two work together.
That was facial recognition, Helen, and it is incorporated under the implementation and monitoring. The Warren article was about facial recognition technology.
Okay,
But this was before that, wasn't it?
I think so.
This was
I
like
had to-
2013 or something, I thought. Anyway.
Yeah.
Carolyn?
You check with town council, they would know. Sure.
Carolyn, go ahead.
So Andy, I was interested in your question about the fourth bullet point under storage and access that reads, as a standard, recording should primarily be reviewed only in response to specific incidents, including the violations of law or school policy. And you expressed a question or concern about the school policy aspect of that. So I'm just interested in your thinking there. Like, are you saying that you, and you might have said this, so sorry if you did, that you think you might not be comfortable with the school policy aspect? And if so, I'm curious to hear more, because like we just talked about whether it's going to be called the civil rights or protection against discrimination, where there are, let's say, sexual harassment that might not rise to the level, I think, of a violation of law, but it might be an important policy. So I'm just curious what your thinking is there.
Yeah, correct. So I think when we discussed this at policy, Hal confirmed that the idea here was only to be looking at this in case of suspected health and safety issues, right? And
Yeah,
the example I had in mind was suppose we have an attendance policy. We do not intend to be using security cameras to monitor kids who are skipping class, right? Who are violating that policy by skipping class, or who are vaping, perhaps. something like
Okay,
that.
right. So you're thinking of a continuum of
Yeah.
seriousness of policy
Right.
violation.
So I think Hal has something more
Yeah.
to say on this.
Yeah, I thought we changed some of that language to serious violations of school policy. Because we had this exact discussion in policy, and we certainly talked
Okay.
about the idea that we're not looking to catch kids vaping out on the street.
Right.
Okay.
We're looking for something that's more serious. And I thought we had changed that language in that bullet. I'm wondering if this is not the most up-to-date version.
Betsy says, sorry, Betsy's sitting next to me, and she said she just,
Oh, I see.
Why don't
So
you
it's
speak up?
changed up
Because
under
Betsy
purpose of surveillance cameras under the third bullet, but we didn't carry that change down to the penultimate bullet. So we can reflect that change further. That can be a change we carry down.
Sorry, which is the bullet where it was
So
already
the
changed?
third bullet under purpose of surveillance cameras, we strengthen that language to deterring illegal activities and incidents that threaten the health, safety, or welfare of
Yes.
members of the school community. That's
That
how
was
I
the
think that's
language we came up with.
Yeah,
right?
that's the language we used. And then we left the penultimate bullet of storage and access. That still reflects the less
Okay.
stringent language.
Yeah, so I guess it'd be great if those could match.
Yeah, so we can make them in parallel.
One thing, you had said something about elementary schools having cameras. The only cameras that I'm aware of that any of the elementary schools have are exterior cameras and at the doorbell, or the different doors to allow people to come in. I don't think there are any other cameras other than those. To the
I
best-
believe Ruffin Ridley has some around the building.
In the building?
By the doors, no?
It's not just the front door. I think it's more than just doorbell cameras.
No, I think it's the front door, the side door in Stedman, and the back door.
So I think this
Okay.
will just continue to govern our camera surveillance. So if more cameras are procured, that would just govern their usage, even under K-8s. Can I just get a response from the committee on the conversation between Andy and Carolyn, if there's agreement with Andy's point that it should be strengthened? I guess we're just carrying that recommendation down from the strong language of the first section down to the bottom section.
Yeah, the difference here is that the bottom section one includes the word only, right? So the review is done only in those cases. It's sort of, it's a bit tighter than just saying that that's the purpose.
Yeah.
Maybe, we don't have to discuss or decide this now, but maybe even later, when the next iteration of the policy we've been discussing gets approved, we could even reference that policy if that seemed appropriate. But just throwing that out there.
So Andy, you're saying the only word also is problematic?
No, I find
keep it.
that's
good.
That's what makes it important to have to change the third bullet as well as the second, the penultimate bullet as well as the one above.
So
This really restricts when
Correct.
we're going to go.
So I'll add that to the
footage.
third bullet up under purpose of surveillance cameras.
Mariah's hand is raised.
Oh, okay. I see Mariah and then Suzanne.
I just thought also you might want to affirmatively put in the bullet about technology that sort of addressing technologies that are yet to be developed or commercialized, that essentially unless the technology is affirmatively included in the policy, it's not to be used.
Do you think the language facial recognition, automatic tracking, and similar technologies will not be used? Is that not strong enough?
I don't like the word similar in the same way I don't like the word serious, although you all are talking about it, because one person's serious and one person's similar. It's not a universally clear term. So I think it should be more explicit on both
What
cases.
about, excuse me, what about something like and similar or new or other technologies or?
Emergent, maybe?
I think that the technology, the way you have it is written is fine, but just saying other technologies are also not to be used unless specifically included. Like it's not an automatic opt-in. The
I mean,
school
that
committee
could-
has to explicitly opt in to any technologies.
That could have the perverse effect, though, of keeping user-friendly, harmless technologies from use, like say.
No, because school committee just adds them in. They modify the policy to allow them later on.
Modifying policy requires docketing it, and it can be a cumbersome. I mean, it's just like small technology updates can be considered, and like what would be a new? Am I being semantic here?
Well, I don't think, like, imagine.
I agree with you in principle. I'm just looking for the right words.
I don't know. We don't have to do it now. This is a first reading. I'm just saying that I think it leaves it open to assuming that technologies are opted in unless they're facial recognition or automatic tracking. And I'm not sure you want to do that.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Maybe something along the lines of other surveillance technologies, because
Great.
that word would capture anything that surveils, and
Yes,
it would cover all.
Jesse suggested or other surveillance technologies.
Yeah.
Which I think is the spirit of what you're talking about, Mariah, right?
I think so, yeah. But I want to, mull it.
Okay.
All right, Suzanne, and then perhaps we can move on to our next school committee action.
So Hal, I have a couple of questions for you. I'm wondering how many cameras do we presently have on campus?
We have 0 cameras at Brookline High School.
You have doors.
The doors, you have the doors.
We have 1 camera, 2 cameras at 22 at the doors. We have
But
no
what about at
building.
115?
Zero. We have a camera down at the plaza elevator and a plaza at the front door at 22 that are little cameras that buzz into the secretary's office so someone can see who's ringing the doorbell.
And you don't have any, we don't have anything on 115?
Zero.
Okay. So how much will the cameras cost? You're talking about like 22 or something, right? 23?
Yeah, it's approximately it's between 100 and 150, depending on how many cameras ultimately get put in.
So that's the cost of the cameras itself, and then what would be the cost for the service? Well, not installation, after. Well, the installation and then also the maintenance of it. I lost him.
Looks like.
Well, anyway,
Did we
those
lose
are
him?
the things.
He's
Oh,
there.
okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I had to pop up for a second. What was the question, Susan?
I want to know what it might cost for, I think you had like 22 or 23 cameras that you were going to install, and then what is the cost for the maintenance of it, for the storage and the access?
It's a license. I'm not sure what the annual cost is. It's not nowhere near that number. The main cost is the installation and the initial license.
So that's about 150,000 was the initial.
He didn't say what the cost of installation is.
That includes installation.
That
The
includes
cost of camera
installation.
is,
Okay.
I believe, somewhere between 100 and 150.
Okay, thanks, I appreciate it.
All right, so we have what we need on policy. Yes, Stephen? Great. All right, this takes us to our second school committee action, which is to consider a resolution regarding the MTA's curricular materials on the Israel-Gaza conflict. So Jesse has drafted a resolution for us to consider, and I believe you have a presentation as well.
I do, thank you. And thank you, Andy, Chairman, for putting this resolution on our agenda for this evening. First question that might come to mind on the next slide is why a resolution now? And the answer simply is that it's the right time. There are students who are being exposed, can be exposed to some of the curricular materials that have been identified that we're going to quickly review. There are teachers who have access and may not be aware of some of the, as we heard in public comment tonight, may not be aware of the import of some of the resources that are there. And their parents and curriculum coordinators, et cetera, that within our school community who may be misled or access this information without a full understanding. And secondly, we want to express our concern as a school district to the MTA about a persistent and recurring situation that's been clearly identified by many organizations and individuals across the state. If we go to the next slide, Andy asked me to be brief, so I'm going to try to move through these several slides pretty quickly. So, yeah. So to set the stage, after the Hamas attack on Israel a year and a half ago, the MTA did assemble a set of resources for its member teachers, and I quote from their site, to help educators engage with their students on this crucial and difficult topic. According to a opinion piece in the Globe this year, the list is dominated by Palestinian and anti-Zionist voices, while voices humanizing Israeli experiences or representing a Zionist narrative are minimal. So this is not to say that there aren't some resources for each of the different viewpoints. What it's saying is that there is a terrible lopsidedness, at least as we start to look at this, in the resources that were curated. Next slide. An example here from a summary report of the American Jewish Committee. New England said that the MTA introduced a dramatically one-sided set of resources to its members on the history of Israel and occupied Palestine, which served to demonize the only Jewish state and threatened to politicize classrooms. Of the 89 resources listed at the time on the MTA site, several have been taken down. 67 of them, so somewhere in the range of 80%, characterized Israel as an illegitimate state and reduced to complex conflict allegations of wrongful occupation. There were others that discussed definitions of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, how to teach difficult issues, and modeled balanced presentations on this conflict. But in the overall view, by people who were able to look at all this material, it was terribly lopsided. And the parts that did discuss Israel tended to be ones that spoke a certain narrative about the occupation of someone else, of other indigenous people's lands, et cetera. Next slide, and there's a URL at the bottom to read the whole thing. One more slide here that the governor set up earlier this year, a little late last year, the Special Commission on Combating Anti-Semitism, the only one in the United States. And during a hearing a few months ago in February, the House Chair, Representative Simon Cataldo, called the resource page as there was a public hearing on the page that we're talking about that's up on the MTA site for its members, virulently anti-Semitic. And his co-chair, John Vilas, said the materials were incredibly one-sided. Again, a link there to the information. On the next slide, I'm going to show you just a few of the resources. What I did is I put some sort of frown faces next to ones that are clearly problematic. I'm sitting here tonight not to enter into a debate, nor to specifically call out the details of each of these. That's a discussion for another time. Here we're seeing sort of about half are sort of problematic, half are potentially neutral, but there aren't any that are sort of positive, let's say, to the state of Israel. The next slide. These are directly from the exact resources that existed on the website as of March 30th. The Zinn Education Project is mentioned. This organization under Howard Zinn published some history work, a lot of history work. One of them actually we discovered was in the fish tank case, and in discussions with Dr. Fortuna has actually already been removed once she and I saw that. The project offers free resources to help educators, this project, but if you look at the only 4 examples that are given at the bottom, they're quite one-sided. Teaching about Palestine, Israel, and the genocide, that's a code word for a very anti-Semitic kind of statement against the Jews in Israel. Teaching the seeds of violence in Palestine, media literacy on Palestine, independence or catastrophe. So we'll go to the next slide. And these are all available right now on the MTA site. On the visuals and arts section, the only example given by the folks who curated is the Museum of the Palestinian People. And the NEA, Afro National Education Administration, has a very long page in there with lots of information, but its only suggestion about where to send money is to collect humanitarian aid for one half of the conflict and not the other. And these are the only resources the MTA lists under these headings on visuals and art and efforts for humanitarian support, not a single word about Israel. The next page, and we're almost at the end here, there's a whole page on documentaries and films. There's 17 listed as of the end of last month. And there's only one documentary about Israel, and that is not about Israel per se, its history, culture, accomplishments, but only about it's the massacre movie about what happened at the Nova Dance Festival, taken from tens of thousands of videos that were taken on the cameras of the people, many of whom were killed, but they've assembled those into a movie. On the Palestine side, at least 13 of the other 16 movies are all through critical reviews of those movies follow a pro-Palestinian narrative. Again, a terrible lopsidedness here. The next slide is the last one, I think, on this, in that there's a section of books that educators could pull to use as resources. There are 11 books, at least 7 are problematic. All these have been critically reviewed, and when you look at the titles, or if you study what these books are trying to do, they're again engendering a certain narrative. So we'll go to the next slide. And so as a result, what I did is I put together this resolution. I have 2 versions of it that just became today, actually. The first one is more of a broader one, saying that we as a school committee caution school districts across the state about utilizing this information and to caution them because of the dangers that it presents. The second one is actually written from the perspective of our school committee making a statement about what we will do. And as this goes in the plan, at least, as I've talked to other school committees across the state already, would be to have each of the school committees sign on as a independent school committee to this, and then assemble those as we have more school committees ratify this resolution. So I'm going to take the option here before we wrap up of reading just a couple of interesting things about the second one, so you sort of see where we're going. And I want to thank several of the school committee members who I've spoken with individually, so as not to do anything about OML here, to help me get some of the wording right and to make some really great changes. So the first is on the first line that the MTA has curated and disseminated these resources, which are deeply one-sided and contain unambiguous anti-Semitic elements. This has been proven by many sources. And the second one is that rather than say these particular materials present an extreme and biased ideology that hurts or that's hurtful to the Jewish community, we changed it to just say that impacts the Jewish community in various ways. The third repeats what we know that the Governor's Special Commission has unanimously thought to be issues with this. The fourth is that using these in a school district could create an environment that undermines our values in areas of impartial education and mutual respect, and that we endeavor in the fifth whereas to foster within our schools a setting that's respectful and historically accurate and free from discrimination. And so the resolution in this mode would allow us to put our school committee in here. We'd be the first in the state, although there are other school committees waiting in the wings to move through this, but I wanted us to have the first opportunity. That the Brookline School Committee strongly cautions, we're not forbidding it, we're not prohibiting it, it's not a violation necessarily perhaps of policy, although that needs to be discussed a little further down here, that we strongly caution the district from utilizing these materials related to the conflict. We also, as a committee, would call for an instructional materials policy. We don't have one in our current, I read through our policy manual. There are at least 12 to 15 communities I quickly checked online at MASC that have an instructional materials policy that actually describes what our approach should be when discussing international matters. We don't seem to have that in the Brookline policy, so I had to change it a little bit for us. That calls for such a policy that prevents the dissemination of this discriminatory content. And the last one is that we call upon our district to follow the guidelines reiterated by the United States Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, in a letter that we as school committees helping and supporting our schools have a legal obligation under the Civil Rights Act Title VI to provide all students, including Jewish students, an environment that's free from discrimination based on the race, color, national origin, shared ancestry, or ethnic characteristics. And so this is a one that would fit very neatly into our own school committee. I think the last slide, I think that is the last slide, sorry. Yes, these are 4 resources that are now attached that weren't in the original one I sent a few weeks ago that actually provide the actual sources. I was told recently, please download them all because with in the Trump administration, these could disappear any time. And so most of them I've downloaded. I show you there in number 3 in a policy manual file IJ under instructional materials. We don't have that in Brookline, but here are at least 12 communities that have exactly almost the same language that discuss how we should be more fair, balanced, and nuanced in our discussion about international situations. And so I think that's the last slide. Okay, and then, okay, so what's next? Because someone will ask, what are we doing with this? So assuming that we can agree to pass this in Brookline, which would be the first in the state of Massachusetts, and perhaps in the United States as a school district, as opposed to another kind of a group, we'd certainly want to internally first share this with our school district curriculum staff, because now we're getting towards the end of our school year, and people will do planning and PD and stuff for next year. So this gives them some guidance. We'd want to share this with MASC because they have access to other committees across the state. As I said, the special commission that we are lucky to have here in Massachusetts on combating anti-Semitism would want to know about this and could utilize it as part of their efforts. And then DESE and the State Office of Civil Rights would want to know about it because it's an effort to say, to give voices to our teachers and give voices to our students and their families that that we recognize that the information provided is, while providing a view on both sides, really, after careful analysis, is terribly lopsided and uses a narrative which can be very discriminatory and hurtful. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jesse.
And I'm sorry for going a little bit long.
No, it's important. Yeah, all right, are there any questions, responses, comments?
Pull the slides down.
Yeah. Okay, I see Sarah's hand.
So this is difficult to talk about. I think that Jesse and I have already had a little bit of a background on discussing things, and so there's a couple of things that I'm going to state going into this, just that Jesse already knows about me. So when I got these materials, I read the AGC report. That was super helpful with this. In what we deal with on the school committee, our schools don't teach about Zionism and the Arab-Israeli conflict. And so I feel a little bit like that isn't, that this isn't really an us issue. I would be comfortable saying to a teacher, don't use the MTA resources. That I understand. But we don't talk about Zionism, and we don't talk about the Arab-Israeli conflict. And I really think that, I don't trust anybody else. This is such a big issue to me. I don't trust anybody else to talk about Zionism with my children other than me and my family and our family in Israel and our relatives. Like it's just that difficult and that hard for me. And I'm not even sure that I see these issues exactly the way that you see them, right? Like, so if I haven't seen these materials, and if I were to look through them, would I be against the 16 that express a pro-Palestinian narrative? I mean, is that just that do they express a pro-Palestinian in the idea of the Arab-Israeli conflict, or are they just pro-human beings? I don't know. So I can't get to the point of calling for a policy on this, because I don't think that my Judaism would necessarily be represented by the way that other people see this issue. As far as I can get on this is that I would advise other people not to use the MTA resources. But again, I don't really think that that is our issue, because we don't teach the Arab-Israeli conflict and Zionism in our schools.
Andy?
Thanks, Sarah. Yes, I see Val and then Carolyn, then Suzanne.
Thanks. Jesse, I really appreciate you working on this. It's a critical issue, and for anybody who watched the hearing, and I recommend that everybody watch the February 10th hearing in its entirety. It was pretty horrifying to see what the MTA has for resources available to educators, and to see the select half dozen or dozen that the commission was able to present. Jesse, I'm wondering if you could click on the instructional materials policy link, because I think it might help Sarah to see it. It's not only, it's a broader, the curriculum guideline number 3.
So I didn't see those when I went through the resources before. Otherwise, I would have looked at them.
So I think you might maybe have a different perspective.
Oh, it's a PDF. I'm not sure that the link is.
But you don't need my vote. There are other people here. I mean, I think it would still be helpful for everybody to see it. It's sort of a pretty.
Oh, there you go.
There it is.
That one.
That one right there, yes.
Yeah, that one right there, if you can get to the, yeah.
I mean, this is something that's, as you can see, that's Framingham, Lynn, Plymouth, Newton.
I'm gonna stop sharing because it didn't come up. Let me see if I can pull it back up.
Yeah.
Do you want the PDF, Betsy? I can send you the PDF.
Sorry, I'm just going
Oh, there you
to,
go.
while this is coming up, Val, is this a policy that's consistent across all those communities?
Yes.
It sounds like you've,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Well, I went, yeah, so Carolyn, to answer your question, actually, I looked in the Brookline policy for a copy
I
of
understood
this,
that.
and I couldn't find it, and then I started going through the onlines.
I
and
understand.
Every town I went to.
As the same
has
one,
this-
so when Val
Pretty much
says,
without
okay, thank
maybe
you.
a phrase change, they're all exactly the same, just missing from ours.
Yeah,
That's from the
Framingham, I
MASC.
think, was initial and then others followed.
Are they nearly identical because they stem from an MASC template?
Oh, it could be, it could be. You mean from their samples?
Well, this is a recommended
Right.
policy.
This is not
for
the
the
sample one, this is the
This
other.
is
MASC.
February. This is February's. I mean, sorry, Framingham's.
Yes.
Okay. It says MASC.
It's on the MASC. I thought that initially when I was looking at it, and it's hosted on the MASC website, like all of our policy manuals are. And this is just sort of their hyperlink. But this one in particular is, I think if we scroll down, you can see Framingham actually in the URL, in the address.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Framingham's.
So it's not just, Andy, this is a sort of framework for,
So you know me well, Val, and I see like number 5. That helps me out a lot, right? To get to the point where we're thinking about all different groups when we're thinking about this. I'm not tonight going to be able to come along, but again, it's not just about me, so.
Okay, I think the order of hands was Carolyn, Suzanne, Mariah.
Okay, just on this very point, quick question. I'm not sure I understand the point of calling for ourselves to pass an instructional materials policy. Well, why have that resolution in here? I understand resolving to do something with an external body, but why, we're us. We don't have to call on ourselves to do something.
We could change that
Yeah, we
to
could just
undertakes, undertakes too,
Yeah,
something like that.
Sure.
Val, were you done?
for now, go ahead. I want other people to speak and I'll chime in again.
Okay. So thank you, Jesse. This is a really impressive undertaking. And I also watched the hearing that was shocking. It was absolutely shocking. And this concerns me greatly. Sarah, I'm not sure, and you don't have to answer, but I would disagree respectfully. I'm not sure why you're saying our schools, maybe technically our schools don't teach about the Arab-Israeli conflict, but it's addressed all the time. It's addressed at the high school. Some of these resources have actually been part of our high school. They may still be. There's a course that had the Rethinking Schools Zinn project as a resource on a website. And the stuff on there is, it's just really strong. And I think this is really important. The MTA materials specifically are extremely troubling. I think that generally speaking, as I've observed in our district since October 7th, 2023, our own OTL and OEE recommended egregiously biased resources to our educators in the immediate aftermath of October 7th that are similar, visualizing Palestine, decolonized Palestine, which has a myths section. Myth, Israel is a democracy. Myth, Israel was created as a penance for the Holocaust. Myth, Israel has a right to exist. These were recommended in our district. So, and this is something that's not been acknowledged in a robust way, in a way that other forms of bias and discrimination and discomfort and harm have been treated in our district. And so where the MTA is saying that these materials are specifically created to help educators engage, I think we need to comment on that and participate in that content. So I support this as a step in that direction, and as Brookline leading as a school district, as a community, on something that's happening, that's important, and that hasn't received the attention and work that it should. And the environment, content, activities have caused harm that's been reported. And so thank you for this work.
Thanks, Carolyn. Suzanne, then Mariah, then Val, then Helen. That's the order I saw the hands.
So I am wondering if the BEU has commented or said anything on this?
Not
that you know of, okay. So I really do appreciate all the work, and I have not seen the hearing that they had. I should listen to that. I understand that. I do feel that we are a little bit out of our lane, telling the MTA what they can do or not do. Maybe they made some bad choices. I don't know what their intent was or why they think that was a good thing to do. But, and I don't know that we as a school committee should weigh in on what the MTA does. I feel like it's the membership, it's a union. They have to, their leadership is responsible to the membership. There are other groups, such as the hearing, that talked about whether this was appropriate or not. I think that's fine. I'm not sure that we as a school committee, and the only school committee that would have done this, is really the next step of the right thing to do. I'm wondering if council has had a chance to look at this, if there's anything that would be over the line or not over the line. I don't know. So those are just some thoughts that I have at this time.
Sorry, can I just quickly clarify?
Yeah, I was going to, but go ahead.
So my understanding of this resolution is not telling the MTA what to do, rather be it further resolved that the school committee calls for school districts to prevent the dissemination of this type of material. So it's us dealing with our own school district.
Are we talking about version 1 or version 2? Or Jesse, are you proposing that we do both or
No,
just the second?
no, the second.
Oh, yeah, so
That'll
that
make
one
the
is,
conversation a little simpler.
so that one is trying to set the tone for our district. It's not telling the MTA what to do.
Correct.
So we
It's
just
simply,
got this tonight, right? I didn't see the second one. Do we get this earlier, Betsy?
no.
No, okay.
No.
So I
Right,
would need a little more time.
Yeah, the only change is that rather than say urges all school committees across the state, I just simplified it to only our committees so that we're not telling other school committees what to do. We're simply saying that we as a school committee resolve to make our educators aware of the fact that, number one, we support their concerns about the curricular material that they've been presented, and that we as a school committee are following on our responsibility to help direct policy determinations about materials that are taught in our school district. That is one of our responsibilities.
All right, Mariah, Val,
Policy
Helen,
is not
Stephen.
curriculum, right?
Thank you. I had a lot of concerns about the first version just because it felt like it would turn all the school districts into a wild west of sending each other resolutions that we expected them to be reading. And when we already have a policy or a system in place through MASC to consider resolutions as a group. So I feel much better about the second one. And also because like we want to be able to have our own autonomy over our district and not have other districts weighing in for us. And so the second one to me feels much more appropriate. And I thank you for bringing that forward, Jesse. And I have some thoughts on it, but in general, I appreciate it and I appreciate the work in it. And my question is, what is the goal for tonight? Are we just reviewing this? Is this the equivalent of a first reading? Or is there an expectation that we are voting on this tonight?
It's docketed for a possible vote. So if someone were to move it and it were seconded, then we would move to a vote.
I see. Okay, well then in that case, if we do vote, I would probably abstain or vote no, because there's wordsmithing and things that I would need to understand much more deeply myself before I was sure that I had the appropriate background to understand it fully and to make sure that it represented my thinking on the overall issue.
All right, Val.
Thanks. Going back to what Carolyn said, we really bungled this coming out of the gate on October 7th. If you look at our district response to other communities, other school districts, other universities, other just community groups, we really put not our best foot forward. And there's a lot of pain and a lot of hurt in the community here in Brookline, in the Jewish Israeli community here in Brookline. And I think we need to address that with real steps. And for me, this resolution is one way of starting to address that hurt, starting to engage in conversations in education that is more balanced, that provides resources that aren't these horrific resources. I really, really urge everybody to watch that hearing. Those resources are horrible. They're appalling. They're traumatizing. So I would like for us to vote this tonight. And I want to thank Jesse again for the work on this.
Helen.
Yes, I agree. The resources are propaganda, basically. When I saw them, when they came out the first day, I felt that way. And we actually, the second day, took them off there was a message sent out to staff to not use those resources. And I think the day after, there was a decision to use Facing History's resources. So they were out there for a day. There's no doubt about that, but it was taken back. So just as a clarification, I think that's important for people to know here and at home. I actually do like the change to the Brookline School Committee. I think that is an important one. I think for me, it's interesting that the MTA would put out something like this about this particular conflict when there are a number of conflicts throughout the world that one could say the same, put out issues, put out materials. Why pick this one? And to me, that it's not what a union is supposed to be doing, I think. They're supposed to be basically helping their members, getting good contracts, and providing backup to the different unions across the state. So I am inclined to vote for this. I think it tells us what we need to do. And certainly if MASC wants to follow suit, I think that would be a good idea. And certainly present it as a resolution to them under the resolutions thing, if we get enough districts to sign on, or they may determine to do that themselves.
Yeah, I would just add on the MASC part that I did have one conversation with Executive Director Kuchar. He got this to look at and reviewed some of the materials and feels very inclined to act, as I think Val said, when looking at this. There was a very early version of this, Suzanne, that actually asked MASC as part of the resolutions to actually resolve that MASC will support it. I felt it would put them in an uncomfortable situation to mention them before they've had a chance to review it. And so I'm hoping next week to meet with their board to discuss it with some of the individuals on their board just to get their feedback. But that should not hold us back in moving this because we're not mentioning them yet, because, you know, that would be a later thing.
Typically, the resolutions go through the delegates.
Right, and
at
then
their
to the annual meeting and everything, right, right. Well, no.
Although the board can bring forward resolutions as well as particular school committees.
Right, so that's the logic in going to them. Thank you for the clarification.
If the board puts it out, then you don't need to get 10 communities to sign on. If the board doesn't put it out, then you need to get, I think it's 10, yeah.
Recently, it's just been 1 or 2 or 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, but we're not, excuse me, just to respond to Suzanne. The overarching goal of this resolution is not to force the MASC to do anything. What we're looking to possibly do, and in discussions I've had with our colleagues in other school districts across the state already, just in talking about it, is that there is a pretty strong agreement from either members of school committees in different cities and towns or their chair people to do this. So that they weren't asking, none of the other cities and towns asked, like, what is MASC doing? I'm sort of trying to do that separately and work with Glenn on that. But there are other communities ready to approve this like right away, and I felt I wanted Brookline to have the opportunity to be the first, and then go from there.
Stephen, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. So, Jesse, thank you for your attention to this. I too am alarmed about the rise of anti-Semitism in the U.S. I'm alarmed about the rise of anti-Semitism in our schools. And I oppose this resolution as it's written. I oppose it because, so first, I spent time looking through the resources that are currently on the MTA website, and I found what seems to me unambiguous anti-Zionist elements. I don't think any reasonable person could argue that their resources do not reflect a strong anti-Zionist ideology. There, to be sure, are resources from the EDL, from DESE, from Facing History, but the majority of the resources, as you noted, come strongly on one side. However, and this seems to be a change from the commission, which I did not see. I did not see resources that reflected unambiguous anti-Semitic elements. And I personally distinguish anti-Zionism from anti-Semitism, or at least feel that failing to distinguish the two does not protect Jews. So, the way that this resolution is phrased, by saying that the materials present an extreme and biased ideology that is harmful to the Jewish community, to me does not get at the core of the issue. The core of the issue is that ideologically presented materials are harmful to learning. We don't want to have classrooms using resources that draw heavily from an ideological point of view. As you correctly note in your 4th and 5th whereases, I think those are dead on. Where I think this resolution overreaches is in striving to make this a statement that protects Jews. There I can't sign on. I also don't think that we should be resolving to instruct our policy subcommittee. I think that is an incursion on the privilege of the future policy chair, who should have the right to set the agenda. I think we can have our opinions, what should be docketed, but I don't think we get to resolve what should be on the docket for the future policy subcommittee. So for these reasons, I oppose this resolution in its current form, but I do agree with the core idea that we should oppose the MTA's recommendation of its current materials on Israel-Gaza, and we should oppose their use in classrooms as they are currently. But I don't think that anti-Zionism, that opposing an anti-Zionist resource library protects Jews. And I think this resolution says that it does, and I think that's a mistake.
So we've heard from two members so far who sound like you want you would like to see some changes. I'm not asking you how you would vote or exactly what the changes would be. So I guess I would ask Jesse, would you prefer to move ahead and try to pass it now in its current form, or would you want to take more time and, in Mariah's case, do some wordsmithing? In Stephen's case, well, I guess Stephen, this is your last meeting, but yeah. Just to say, I would support it in its current form, and we'll vote to pass it if it comes to a vote. Mariah.
Just to say that while I've been sitting here, since it sounded like there was interest in moving ahead, I did mark it up for some consideration by the committee.
Is it the sort of thing we could consider now in order to get it done, or do you think we would need to come back?
I think you could consider it now.
Okay.
I had my hand up. I was waiting in line. I just wanted to mention that, yeah.
So if I was to move it, Andy, then would Mariah, in discussion, be able to make suggestions? Would that?
Yeah, it could be moved, seconded, and then amendments made, or we could hold off on moving anything until it's been workshopped.
I'd like to move it, but I don't want to jump across Jesse.
That's fine. Do you want to make the motion as well, or do you want?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
So my motion
I'll
would be,
second. Yeah. Sorry.
oh, that's okay.
So motion's been made by Carolyn to adopt the resolution as Jesse is, the second, to be clear, the second version of the resolution as drafted by Jesse, yeah, and seconded by Val. And Mariah now has some proposed amendments.
Well, I don't want to, I know I was like third in line. Is it okay? You want me to go now?
You're now first in line. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, my modification for the first whereas would remove the words has curated and. So it would read, whereas the Massachusetts Teacher Association, MTA, disseminated resources related to the Israel-Gaza conflict and its history, which, and then it deletes, are deeply one-sided and then says, which contained unambiguous anti-Semitic elements. Then I would remove the next two. So I would skip the fourth one, leave the fourth one exactly as it is. And then I have a change to the fifth one, which is like this, I'm okay either way, but I would feel more comfortable if we talk about PSB striving and not trying to assert what other Massachusetts public schools are doing. I can live with it either way. It's just, again, about staying in our lane. Or that could even move to be a therefore clause. Then, are you following me so far on those changes?
Yeah, so on the Massachusetts public schools, you're suggesting changing that to just be about Brookline? Or
Yeah, but I'm okay kind of either way. It's just like I can't speak for every single school in the country, in the state, striving to foster that. I don't have that knowledge. I would love that they are, but I just don't know. So that's why I am confining it to our district.
Yeah, I would say, Mariah, striving is not it's just a goal, a striving. So I think if you leave it as is, we're not imposing on any district to do anything. What we're saying is that schools strive. So
I just don't know that they do strive. I have no idea what all these schools do. Yeah, so
Then the first therefore clause, I only tweaked the wording, so strongly cautions our district staff about utilizing, it's just a little minor word thing, and capitalizing district. Then the second one, rather than saying calls for, I said commits to docketing. I heard what Stephen said too. We can't necessarily bind a future school committee, but and I agree we shouldn't call on ourselves, but it's really that we would begin to at least discuss this, whether or not we.
I don't think you can commit a future chair to docket anything, but you could say something like intends.
Okay, that's fine.
Intends to
yes.
create. Right.
Some wording like that. And then I would just add where it says anti-Semitic at the end of that sentence, anti-Semitic and other discriminatory content. Those are my only changes.
Thank you.
Is that helpful? I hope none of that's, I hope that's.
Mariah, could you go back to the beginning? Because I know you took the curated, but what was this?
The deeply one-sided phrase.
Yeah.
Helen.
I mean,
The second line that
reasoning
said.
for that is, we saw materials, they were sent to us at one point, and I found them to be deeply offensive and anti-Semitic. Whether or not they are currently on the website, we know that the internet, like, things go on, things are saved, things are disseminated things, and they were distributed, and they were really awful. So I don't want to make about what's currently on the website, because the website might have evolved, but the fact is it happened. And the fact is they were promoted and disseminated, and they were unambiguously anti-Semitic. And so I removed the things that I thought, like, I made it up about the point in time, which was absolutely true for me.
Would you be comfortable with taking the word deeply out and just leaving it as which are one-sided?
So from my perspective, Jesse, I never went at the time, nor I could now, and say, like, do the exact count. And I feel like, someone might read something and say it's fair, someone else might say it's not. The materials that were like the one that I don't even want to say what they are, I found them so offensive, but the things that we also discussed earlier tonight that I think Ruth brought up, they were offensive, like, and unambiguous in my mind. I don't want to get into the one-sided or not. To me, the important thing is it doesn't matter if they were balanced. I don't want deeply anti any group, deeply discriminatory things to be distributed by the MTA at all. So I guess to me, it's not that it's one-sided, it's that they were, like, offensive on there, even if they were balanced. I don't know. That's my thinking of it.
But then what did you do after that? That's what.
Okay.
Did you say taking out, oh, sorry.
The first whereas clause for me now reads, whereas the MTA disseminated resources related to the Israel-Gaza conflict and its history, which contained unambiguous anti-Semitic elements.
Mm-hmm. And then did you say you wanted to take out the two next whereas clauses?
No.
Is that what you
Yes,
said?
I would remove those because I think that, there's again, I'm just trying to make the whereas clauses completely factual as opposed to any sort of opinion in them. Because that's what whereas clauses are supposed to be, is the background facts.
Right, so, I mean, are you suggesting that there's some factual error in the public critical analysis that was done by the Governor's Commission?
I just don't know that we can speak to, and maybe you can, I don't know that, like, when we refer to the MTA in that case, there are members who may not have agreed with that. I just don't know, and the MTA to me is a very amorphous body, and I just, like, their agenda and releasing them, I can't say what their agenda actually is. I can agree that that commission wrote something, but I don't know that that necessarily adds anything to the resolution. It tells you that the MTA, the first clause says the MTA did this, and then the fourth one says those are not good resources for education. The second one and third one aren't necessary, in my opinion. Again, this was just my draft of it, to get you through to the story, which is that these materials that were distributed were disturbing and inappropriate for education. And that's where your fourth clause so elegantly takes you.
So the third one, sorry, and I think Jesse just said this. And so, Mariah, I appreciate your engagement here. Personally, I wouldn't be inclined to accept removing the two clauses entirely. And the third one, the statement of fact is that the materials have been have been criticized. Not that,
No, the agenda is as this is written has been criticized.
no,
It says the
We can take
MTA's,
the
it
agenda
doesn't say
word
the
out.
materials. It says the MTA's agenda has been criticized.
We can,
Now,
okay.
if it said something like the Mass Governor's Special Commission on
I
Combating
understand what
Anti-
you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I just don't want to attribute intent when I don't have clarity on that intent.
Mariah, the only thing with your, if it were the first, fourth, and fifth whereas, I would be for it. But then the first therefore wouldn't make sense because it refers to an ongoing resource, which is the MTA library, right? I mean, you're saying we
Which is why
shouldn't.
I said, but I was okay because the language caution staff. It doesn't say not use them. It says
correct.
caution them. And I think that's appropriate for people
I
to have
see.
caution. It doesn't mean that the material is entirely bad. It really asks them to put their critical thinking hat on.
Yes.
So I felt very comfortable with the way it was framed.
I see.
I understand now you're thinking on the third one, and I would be interested in Jesse's response.
Yeah,
I personally would not, I don't feel flexibility on the second one.
Well, I sort of agree with Mariah's in concept to say that, simply say the MTA's materials have been critically and publicly exposed by the commission.
Can we?
That's a fact, and it doesn't talk about their
that I agree with.
agenda. Okay, great, so that we can keep the third in.
Jesse, I see Scott Gladstone in the audience. I think he could probably speak to what's current on the MTA website in a way that we don't have visibility into. Is that possible, Mr. Chair?
All right, go ahead.
Hi, Scott Gladstone, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 16, but answering the question with my hat as Associate Director of the New England Office of American Jewish Committee, where I've been studying this topic for quite a while. So it'd be better if I answer a question. So what's the specific question that that I can be helpful with?
The question that was just addressed right now was what is currently up on the site?
So the only thing that came off of the site were the specific, what became sort of infamous was all the posters which had virulently anti-Semitic content in it. Those were the product of two websites that had a lot of posters in them. My understanding is that those are now no longer on the resource list. So the issue, in speaking a little bit to Stephen's question, the issue is not so much as this anti-Semitic or non-anti-Semitic. The issue is really the one that Jesse's really talking about, I think, which is the lopsidedness. It speaks to Stephen's issue that these are, it is an indoctrinal, political. It's not based on a pedagogy that's inclusive and recognizes the value of all the students in the district. And so there's a lot of reasons that it's just bad pedagogy and would violate, I think, the standards that Brookline should stand for, and as described pretty well in that Framingham, that framework that Val was, had you all look at. So I think that's important.
Sorry, Mr. Gladstone, I just want to make sure that we're not shading over into advocacy here because this was announced as a public hearing, so I don't, I don't.
So I just want to, thanks.
I appreciate your answering a factual question about what is still up on the MTA website.
Yeah, just trying to share a little bit about the implications of that. If I could just say one more thing on that issue. There are certainly things, as Steve was talking about, that are balanced. And actually, in addition, and the reason this is answering the question is they didn't just take down things, they actually added some things as well. And they added some things that are either balanced, some literally have some side-by-side arguments, or are very critical of Israel, but completely legitimate types of criticism from well-recognized sources who are not like pariahs or anything. The problem is that the materials that have been discussed still include things that are virulently anti-Zionist, and for instance, the materials that call Zionists bullies. That has a direct effect on what could happen in our schools because most Jews are Zionists. Depends on how you know, I don't want to get into the definition of Zionism, but the surveys show that. And we have a lot of Israelis. So that's really what I think the resolution is getting at, because these MTA resources are harmful and should not only not be recommended, but should actually, because directions have gone out in the past, as Helen was pointing out, to use materials like this, Brookline's in a little bit of a hole in that way, and this is a way to sort of dig out of the hole. That might be a little bit of advocacy, sorry about that.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gladstone. I think we should leave it there. Okay.
Hey, Andy.
All right, who has the floor at the moment? Mariah? Yeah, we're still going through your proposed changes, right?
Yeah, I think that the one way I think we could keep maybe the second one, or at least I would feel comfortable with it. I think we've reached conclusion on the third one, or at least something that I think Jesse was okay with, which was making it about the materials rather than the agenda.
Correct.
And for the second one, I think we could say, this is my first cut at it, stopping, like basically deleting everything after offensive. Because then it just says, whereas these particular materials present an extremely biased ideology that impacts the Jewish community and are offensive. Like whether or not you're seeking a balanced and fair understanding of the international issue, the materials are offensive. Those posters that were just described were offensive, full stop.
Can I comment? I have a thought that's interesting, Mariah. And although I think this could probably pass without these changes, I appreciate what your participation. So, sorry, and is offensive, is offensive. Yeah.
That would be our offensive.
Thank you. Are offensive. Mariah, would you be comfortable, and Jesse, with something like, comma, and undermine a balanced and fair presentation of this international issue?
To me, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine.
So you say, and undermine a balanced and fair presentation of this international issue?
Yeah, so that it's
Yeah.
not applying the word offensive to the seeking.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
makes the.
Mm-hmm. Thank you,
Okay.
Carolyn.
And then beyond that, I believe that the other things that at least I captured, Mariah, that you suggested, maybe changing Massachusetts public schools to the public schools of Brookline. At least that's my idea of how to fix that.
Yeah.
And then the first be it resolved, the Brookline School Committee strongly cautions our capital D district staff about utilizing.
Yeah.
And then in the second one, the Brookline School Committee intends to create an instructional materials policy.
Wait, I have a question. Going back, so the first whereas now is proposed to be referring to the materials that contained unambiguous anti-Semitic elements. Is that what that's the draft we're currently working off?
Yeah.
So we're really referring to the materials that, like the posters, the stuff that was really nasty, right? So the second whereas is not about materials that present an extreme and biased ideology necessarily. We're just referring to straight up anti-Semitism. Are you talking about anti-Semitism as an ideology? I mean, I don't know why we can't then start the second whereas these particular materials impact the Jewish community and are offensive to et cetera. Like,
I like your change. because I think it makes it clear that we're referring to those things.
Right.
I
So-
interpreted the anti-Semitism as the ideology, but I agree with you, it was possibly open to other interpretations.
I don't know though if Jesse, you like that change, what's being, because now it sounds like we're narrowing a resolution to a condemnation of the use of the materials that have explicitly anti-Semitic caricatures, for instance. And it's not really about the anti-Zionist ideology that still is up on the website.
Right, so we're limiting this to.
Right.
to
Are you
to critically
comfortable
now.
with that narrowing of the resolution?
No, I don't think
That's
so.
what I thought.
I think we need to recognize that while there could be, I don't know, say books or websites that are listed that notionally may try to present a view, let's say, about Palestine that is normative. In looking at a lot of the material, you will find recognition, statements, directionality that either speaks about having your land having been taken away from you, having your land being occupied, not being able to go back to your ancestral home, being the indigenous people. Those words, as you see them and as you read them, sort of sound like a story, sound like a narrative, but there's an agenda behind it. They're being written from a certain point of view, which doesn't really address the fact that there's a conflict. It almost reads as if something really bad happened, and now I can tell a story about what's been happening to me, what's been happening to my family. I think we have to recognize that anti-Semitism, as the virus it is, presents itself in all different kinds of ways. And post-October 7th, everywhere you look. And the materials, and you could see it, I watched the hearing, you could see it as Mr. Page and Miss Antoline, the teacher from Lexington, attempted, and that's all they could do, attempted in most cases to try to address the anti-Semitism that not only the poster part, but even other statements that both Representative Cataldo and Senator Vilas pointed out to them. They attempted to try to explain what might have been behind it, but it was impossible. It's so clearly problematic and so clearly troublesome that at some points, as Ms. Kaplan mentioned earlier, they simply could say nothing. They simply could say nothing, and that's very telling. What it demonstrates is that they were put into a point, unfortunately, into a corner where, as in front of thousands of people, thousands, the head of the union organization basically was speechless, and this was not only about the dollar bill, anti-Semitic element. This was about other information that had been asked, and they sort of, the crescendo went up during the hearing. It was fascinating and very troubling that as material that was placed, for example, I mean, just another really simple example. Okay, we'll say it was someone's mistake. I don't think so. Newton had was looking at Arab American Heritage Month, which just finished yesterday, and I got a call from someone about a display in a school in Newton that erased Israel from the map. It chose Palestine. And when I looked into it with a group of other people, again, not as a school committee member, but just as a public citizen, this was current information being shown. This Palestine is there, Israel's wiped off the map. So is that anti-Semitic or not? Well, as a celebration of Arab American Heritage Month, it certainly didn't have anything to do with America. And so in looking down at it, it turns out the explanation was that there was an individual asked to pull down some material for Arab American Heritage Month, and they found a map online about Arab heritage, and that map basically took Israel out of the map. And so it shows this area over there where Jordan, Israel, northern Egypt and southern Lebanon are, and the blob became Palestine. This was very, very hurtful to the Jewish students in Newton and to the Jewish teachers in Newton. The Jewish teachers were fearful for mentioning anything because of retaliation and because of standing out. Had it been I really am uncomfortable having to say this, but if it had been a racial incident of some other type or a sexual preference, orientation, view of another type, it would have been dealt with immediately, as in our own school district, in exactly the same case, where in one case it was a sexual orientation violation, and the police were called the same day. And when it was an anti-Semitic incident, not an anti-Zionism incident, an anti-Semitic incident, it took our district 2 weeks. And the results are still not acceptable. And so it's in our faces, and we need to treat it as the virus it is and as the serious, serious problem that it is. It's really easy to think, if we're not impacted ourselves, you hear about it, you read about it. But this is here. This is everywhere, everywhere. And so I think and I can tell you, in speaking with teachers in our district who feel throttled, they feel speechless, they get no answers from the MTA, they are trying to form groups to try to discuss it with their leadership. Nothing. It would never happen. I'm sorry to have to say it. It would never happen with another group. But when it's, unfortunately, the Jewish community, there are these lapses in our social fabric in America. As free for all and liberty to everyone, there are these lapses, there are these gaps. There is this lack of compassion and understanding that the special commission recognizes and is trying to act on, as well as many organizations and groups, around Massachusetts and around the country. This resolution is designed to give those teachers in our district a voice. It's designed to tell those teachers, we hear you as a school committee, and we feel your pain, we feel your lack of ability to be heard, and that we are going to essentially join with you, as it were, at least symbolically, to say to your union organization, this is unacceptable. Now, it may not, to Suzanne, to the point you made earlier, it may not make the MTA do anything, but it'll certainly help our Brookline community, our parents, our teachers, our faculty, BHS faculty, terrible issues in trying to get their voices heard on Jewish topics. So this is a small step. It's not going to solve the whole world's problems, but it's incredibly powerful for us as a community to take a tiny step and say, look, these materials are clearly problematic. We can call them extremely lopsided, or we can just say they're problematic. It's important for us to take that step and make our voices heard. And I think as well, in discussing this with school committee members in smaller towns that don't have the benefit of a larger Jewish community with advocacy and support, who really are struggling because they might be in a tiny community and this material might be something their child brings home, whether it's a coloring book or whether it's pictures of flags or whatever it might be. Parents are sort of unprepared. What do I do with this? How did it get to me? This material has been invited and offered to teachers, and teachers that are not as able to sort of wade through it might actually do some problematic things and even violate some policies with some of this material. So we're not trying to call the MTA in here and ask, what did you do? We want to know everything. What we are saying is that we recognize as an educational enterprise, all of us, that this is problematic and that we are cautioning, we're warning our district. This is important. This is important to recognize and to refrain from using.
All right, I think it might be time to move towards some votes. Betsy, do you think you've been able to capture the wording changes that?
I have them written down.
Okay, and Jesse, you as well. So Mariah, do you feel ready to propose them maybe as a big block as an amendment?
Sure. Do you need me to repeat it or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
What? Oh.
I was marking up the piece of paper by hand.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, I did the same. That doesn't help.
No, I think we've all been doing that. Yeah. So Mariah, would you like to move that as an amendment?
Sure, I will move that as an amendment.
Okay. Anyone like to second that? I will then. So let's vote first on whether to accept the amendment as the main motion.
Yeah.
Well, Oh, okay, so you haven't been marking up your copy.
Well, I did, but I want to make sure what
Okay,
was accepted by Jesse, what wasn't, where we ended up.
so Jesse, would you like to read out the entire resolution as you currently understand it, including Mariah's amendments?
And Mariah or anyone stop me if I misannotated anything. So this is the one that's listed as version 2. Whereas the Massachusetts Teachers Association, MTA, disseminated resources related to the Israel-Gaza conflict and its history, which contain unambiguous anti-Semitic elements, and whereas these materials impact the Jewish community and are offensive and undermine undermine.
No, but that's for the next one.
No,
it's that one. I think it was an undermine.
Undermine
Yeah.
undermine did you say valid?
Balanced.
A
Undermine
balanced,
a
okay.
balanced and fair presentation of this international issue.
Right, okay, a balanced and fair, yes, I had that, I had too many arrows, I apologize. Seeking, okay, so starting from the left side again, and are offensive, comma, and undermine a balanced and fair presentation, comma, and whereas the MTA's.
No, I think it's presentation of this international issue.
Oh, you
We
wanted to
kept in-
continue on
Yeah,
that?
I
Okay,
think
you
so,
kept it
I
in.
think so.
Okay, thank you, that's. Okay, we'll read the second whereas again. Whereas these particular materials impact the Jewish community and are offensive, comma, and undermine a balanced and fair presentation of this international issue. Suzanne, is that good? I mean, you're caught up? And undermine a balanced and fair presentation instead of understanding, and then the rest of it stays as it was of this international issue, comma or semicolon. And whereas the MTA's materials have been critically and publicly exposed by the Massachusetts Governor's Special Commission on Combating Anti-Semitism, we're good on that one? Okay. And whereas the use of these materials in any school district could create an environment that undermines the values of impartial education and mutual respect among students and staff of diverse backgrounds. And whereas the public schools of Brookline, public schools would be capitalized as well, strive to foster an educational setting that is respectful, historically accurate, and free from discrimination. Therefore, be it resolved that the Brookline School Committee strongly cautions our staff, our district staff, I apologize, capital D, Andy had told me, okay, from utilizing our district staff, from utilizing the MTA's materials related to the Israel-Gaza conflict.
I think it's about.
Yeah.
About.
Oh, Steph, instead of
from.
Instead of from.
Instead of from, oh, okay, I had two crossouts, I'm sorry. Let me start again then. The Brookline School Committee strongly cautions our district staff about utilizing the MTA's materials related to the Israel-Gaza conflict. And be it further resolved that the Brookline School Committee intends to create, and now there is an issue here. We have an instructional materials policy, I think a section I, let's see, I think it's, yeah, it's in there, but if you read through the entire thing, it talks about teaching students and protocols for how to get materials to students who need them and kids with disabilities, stuff like that. It's great, but it
Jesse,
doesn't
can I pause
include,
you 1 second?
please.
Back up, that's not the governor's commission. That was a legislatively established special
Okay.
commission.
Thank you. You must be looking at my screen, Val.
Yes.
So what,
I was just Googling that.
right, so you want to take out,
The Massachusetts Special Commission on.
take out the word governor, so yeah, okay, gone, thank you. Okay, so the penultimate one there.
So we could change that if we already have the policy, it could become intends to update its instructional materials policy so as to prevent or.
Yeah, that's good.
I also think that you could leave it as it is because the policy does not do that currently. We will create the policy that has that. So your
You're
wording
right.
is essentially, it's It means the same thing. You could leave it as is.
Just leave it as is.
Yeah.
You're right, Maria. Just
Yeah.
calls for an instructional policy that prevents the
Yes,
dissemination
exactly.
of anti-Semitic and other, you had added, and other discriminatory content in our district.
Sorry, so it's still
It's
intends
as
to
is,
create-
except for the words "and other" after the word anti-Semitic. Right? Because we do
Yes.
have a policy, we're just saying that our policy is missing something, and so we're going to add that. We're going to call for a policy that includes this, which would be,
Again, this gets us back to why would we be calling on ourselves to do something? We just should signal our intent to do it.
We did. We said intends to create an instructional materials policy. We don't
Oh,
have to
that's the
call it.
version we're reverting to. Okay.
No, we're not. We're not.
Or we're
Right,
not.
right. We're reverting to the intends to create.
Okay.
perfect.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Intends to create an instructional materials policy that prevents the dissemination, et cetera, and other discriminatory content, okay? And the last one, there was no change.
Right. Can I actually make one small other thing that I actually think would make this a little cleaner?
Of
Which
course.
is, if instead of the last whereas clause, if you made that the first therefore be it resolved, then all the resolve clauses include the local stuff and the whereases don't. So it could say, therefore be it resolved, Public Schools of Brookline strives to yada yada. Be it further resolved that the Brookline School Committee strongly cautions, et cetera, and from there it stays the same.
I love that.
Okay. Because
Yeah,
that way it
that's
makes
so
it much
much- that's so
cleaner.
much- Yep, yep, it's so much cleaner. Thank you.
So can we add that as a friendly amendment to the whole thing?
Yeah, so the be it resolved will move up to the fifth whereas,
Correct.
and then it'll be, and, okay. Yeah, that's a great idea. It puts the Brookline Public Schools in each of the four. Yeah, that's so much smoother, thank you.
All right, so we now know what the amendment is that was moved and seconded. So let's vote on it. Oh, Stephen has further comment.
Yeah. Sorry, but I have to respond. This is my last meeting. I'm still voting against it because I still think we're conflating too much here. I support a focus on not using materials from a website that A, have unambiguously anti-Semitic materials, and B, have tilted ideological materials. But the way it's phrased, I think, comes from the speech you just made, which is that you're advocating against the virus of anti-Semitism. And I feel like that courses through the language. That's what this is really all about. And that's frustrating to me. And that's because I also am terrified of anti-Semitism. I also come from a family whose relatives died in the Holocaust. But I feel like we can't be driven by that on the school committee. We have to be driven by a focus on the educational environment and all the vulnerable students in that environment, and making sure that all the kids have access to quality education in that environment. We're not doing things like this for autistic kids who are under attack by HHS director who doesn't believe in autistic adults, or trans kids whose rights are being decimated, or our own Muslim population who are equally terrified right now, or the Black kids in our community who are falling behind academically in our own community. This isn't a priority for the school committee, but we're
But the
doing this.
MTA, but with all due
Right, but
respect, the
the
MTA
passion
is material.
behind this is coming out against an MTA website that's since changed the materials on it, that's not even really being used by the school. I'm for condemning the use of those materials, but so much energy and passion is being moved into this. I just want to make sure we're doing this for all vulnerable groups in Brookline trying to get an education, but I see it being directed so much for this one use, and it's worrying to me. I want to make sure we're distributing this passion.
But we're not setting a precedent. If we're setting a precedent, Stephen, it's that any vulnerable group deserves, to follow your logic, a resolution.
I don't see that.
I wasn't planning to write a resolution about civil rights. I'm writing
But that's a perfect example. When we try to work through civil rights, that gets bogged down. And when we talk about like gender rights, or when we talk about all these other categories, that gets bogged down in bureaucracy. But this flies through. We wordsmith it in a minute in a meeting when it comes to the vulnerable group that we feel passionate about. But when we spent 2 sessions on a policy, and I'm not criticizing you personally, Jesse. You know I'm
God
not.
forbid, yeah.
When we spent 2 policy subcommittees slogging through a civil rights policy, and we barely got through section 3.
Okay, I think we need to move to a vote.
So that's my speech.
By now, all 9 of us have made our views very plain. I don't think we need to go second, third, fourth round on the same ideas.
Okay.
All right, so let's start with Val. This is voting on the amendment.
The amended,
The amended version?
Not the amended version. We're voting to accept Mariah's amendment.
Come back to me, I'm
I
just
forget who
waiting.
actually moved it. Okay. So Val.
Come back to me, I'm reading through it again.
Okay. Carolyn,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Abstain.
Stephen,
Abstain.
Sarah,
Abstain.
Jesse.
yes.
Val, are you ready to vote?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll come back to myself at the very end. I vote yes on the amendments. Okay, so that
Do I
becomes
get to vote?
Oh, sorry, Mariah. Because you started off being in the room, so I no longer was thinking of you as being
Yeah.
remote. Mariah, you're voting yes on your own amendment. Good.
I'm voting yes on my own amendment, and I'm also voting yes because in part, it also added in, I think, an important policy that was an instructional materials policy that prevents the dissemination of anti-Semitic and other discriminatory content. So I'm excited about this policy that will really look at this. We've only done it on an ad hoc basis.
Right.
That's great. Thank
I
you.
agree. Thank you.
All right, so that is now the main motion. Let's start with Jesse for a vote on the main motion.
Yes.
Sarah,
No.
Stephen,
No.
Suzanne,
No.
Helen,
Yes.
Carolyn,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
and I vote yes.
What about me?
Again, sorry,
What
sorry, Mariah. Right.
Yes.
All right, so
What
Thank
was
you.
that
the
vote?
yeses have it.
What was the-
6-3.
Okay. Can I just
Mariah,
make a-
thank you for rejoining the
You're
meeting.
welcome. Yeah, can I make a meta comment?
All right.
Meta comment.
Okay, a meta comment, which is that it was great that we wanted that this, that there was a desire to act quickly. My concern is the result, which is not a very strong endorsement. 6-3 is not a strong endorsement. So I just am putting that out there as thinking about how this might go better in other places.
Given the views expressed, though, I'm not sure any modification of a statement like this one could have attracted more votes.
I'm just saying.
I won't speak for others, but everyone has spoken for
Yeah.
themselves, and I'm just
Yeah.
reporting on what I heard.
Yeah.
All right, end of school committee actions. And we move on to a discussion of the process for identifying an interim superintendent. So with Dr. Guillory's resignation effective June 30th, we'll need to first search for an interim superintendent. The idea would be that someone would be serving for the coming school year, 25-26, during which we'd undertake a search for a long-term superintendent. So thank you, Betsy, for sort of digging up materials from the last 2 times that we did this, searching for an interim. This we had to do in 2019 when Superintendent Bott resigned, and then again in 2020, right, when Superintendent Lummis left. So in both of those cases, the chair appointed a screening committee of 4 members that was able to meet in executive session under Purpose 8 to conduct interviews. And then the one candidate was advanced to the school committee for a public interview and a vote. So I don't think we should be appointing that committee right now, like right before the election. I would rather wait to do it until we know who's even on the school committee. So my proposal right now would just be that that the chair and vice chair, so Suzanne and I, be tasked with at least posting a job description and beginning to reach out to potential applicants. And then we would wait to constitute the screening committee until after the election. So that's my proposal. I believe Suzanne is on board with that. So I'm wondering what other members feel.
Which job description?
For the interim superintendent.
No, I understand that, but you're writing it whole cloth or what?
I imagine we'd be pretty much taking it from previous versions. I don't believe the job has changed that much. You look unconvinced, Val.
I think that there's a little bit more to it that we could probably look at. And I'm not sure the job description that we've used historically is what we want to use.
Is there a possibility perhaps of sharing the draft of what you're going to be looking for with the whole committee, or that's because of OML, is that a problem? Do we have to wait till our next meeting, or can it be somehow?
Yeah, the thing is, I don't want to wait until the 15th to do anything.
Right, so I'm saying, how could we all get a chance to see it sooner than that? Like, I don't know if Betsy has it, we can have it tomorrow. We can look at it individually tomorrow, if it exists. But to Val's point, if the what do you call it, like the prototype or template for the interim request is old or out of date, we should get maybe put it somewhere where we can in OneDrive or something where we can begin to make comments on it or something like that.
Except that we can't do that as a committee.
Because of OML, yeah.
So it's just interim, not just, but it's important.
Yes, it's
very important. However, interims are pretty standard. It's, we're not seeking somebody who's going to make changes and put us in a new direction, or, we're looking for someone who will come in, right the ship, help us get to the place where we're ready to do a superintendent search. So it's probably pretty boilerplate, pretty standard in terms of what an interim responsibility is. So there probably won't be many changes to what you would see.
Just maybe one little tweak on that, Suzanne.
Yep.
If a person was to come in who had a set of skills a little different from what we have currently, and was to make suggestions as to how to make part of our processes better, say a month or 6 weeks in, or even a third day on the job kind of thing, wouldn't we want to work with that person to do that? I mean, we're not really just asking them to just.
No, I know, but I'm saying the description of the job is very generic.
Oh, you mean what a superintendent should do?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, I agree.
Well, I thought that's what we were talking about, the job description.
Yeah.
We're talking about the job description. We're not talking about hiring. We're not
Right.
even talking about.
All I'm proposing is that in order to get the process underway, right, we only have a couple of months, that we can post a job description, start to reach out to potential applicants. We would wait to appoint the screening committee until after the election so we know.
Well, after next week, yeah.
Yeah, so the 15th is our next meeting.
Yeah,
so
perfect, that sounds
do
good.
it then.
Oh, I'm okay. For what you said, Suzanne, yeah, that's fine.
Sorry, I have my hand up. Two things. So you're only asking whether we're okay. No, you're asking to post the job description.
Whether you're okay with just delegating the chair and vice chair to post a job description.
I guess I'm now intrigued if Val is comfortable and it's appropriate. I'm intrigued with what you know. I don't know what the job description is, but Val, I'm curious what you're thinking about.
I don't know what the current one is either. I wanted to make sure that it's reflective of Brookline 2025 and not something that we've sort of upcycled from 2 decades ago that we've. And maybe it's fine. I haven't seen it, so I'm not.
Nor have I, so I guess.
I'm going to move to support the chair and vice chair in doing this.
I second it.
And I think we've heard that we should take another look at it and make sure that it actually reflects our understanding of what the district currently needs.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say, with their guidance and care in updating it as.
Yeah.
And I think, there's an urgency, because the longer you wait, people sign up and sign contracts for other jobs so that candidates who you might want won't be available. And so I think it's really, it's important to begin this as soon as possible and start collecting names and start the process as soon as possible.
Okay.
Is this a vote? No.
May as well take a vote, yeah.
Oh, you sure? Sorry.
Sure.
I'm trying to help move us along.
Didn't I move anything already?
You did.
Yeah.
Was that a motion?
And Helen
Okay.
seconded.
I'm
it.
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
sorry,
okay.
sorry.
I seconded it if
Oh,
you need a
okay.
second.
Several people second.
Oh, okay, it's third and fourth then.
All right, so for voting, let's start with Jesse.
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Stephen,
Oh, yes.
Stephen, yeah, Stephen, oh, he was eating, sorry.
Sorry, abstain.
Suzanne.
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Carolyn,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Mariah, I remember you.
Yes, that's me, yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, so thank you. This brings us to subcommittee and liaison reports. We're an hour and a half behind schedule because we had two very substantial discussions, and I judged very poorly how long those would take. So I would suggest that we severely curtail these liaison reports unless somebody has something very urgent to
I have
report.
one thing that
Okay,
is
yeah, Helen.
time sensitive.
Mhm.
In terms of capital, I was involved in a discussion with the sustainability director and about photovoltaics and with a number of other people, some people that we had worked with for the Driscoll School roof. And the discussion was around purchasing versus leasing. And my understanding is the ZIAB will be meeting next week to put out a recommendation about leasing our roofs versus purchasing for the schools, and then we keep all the benefits of the monetary benefits of the solar power within the system. So that meeting is next week, Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it's at 5 o'clock. But you can look on the town website to see when that is. And if I can also send out an email to everybody so that you know. But I think it's an important meeting because it will not only talk about the Driscoll School roof, which is ready now to accept solar panels, but also talk about the possibility for Pierce in the future. We wouldn't do it now. It's not in the project right now. There's money in the project. Remember, we voted it. But we wouldn't put it out to bid now. We would wait until we were closer to the timing, and hopefully tariffs are gone. Or may not be there. Maybe they'll be manufactured here in the States. So that's the, and Driscoll, Pierce had a school building committee meeting where everything is moving along on time and still under budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Helen. New business? Anyone have new business? No. All right, so I move to meet in executive session.
Announcement? I'm sorry. I should have written it down. I didn't.
Okay, go ahead, Helen.
The Steps to Success Gala is this Saturday night. I'm hoping people will be able to attend. It's usually a great event, and it's going to be held at the Tappan Street Gym.
All right, I'll move to meet in
In the glass window area, right? Over there.
Are we done? All right, I move to meet in executive session pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, for the following purposes. Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with AFSCME, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body, and the chair so declares. And purpose 7, to review and approve executive session minutes from the April 10th, 2025 meeting. Do I have a second? Thanks, Suzanne. All right, Mariah,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Carolyn,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Suzanne,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Jesse,
Yes.
and I vote yes, and we will not be returning to open session.
Betsy, will
night.
you send me the link? I don't have it. Thank you.
Yes, I will.
Thanks.